Alright, hello. It's been a while. It's been a very, very hot minute, huh? It's been almost a week and a half, actually. It's been like 12 days. I thought it'd only been a week, but now it's been like 12 days. Yeah, hi. That's all I got. I was hoping to come back, like, you know, really refreshed, really happy, really excited, but I'm gonna be honest, things ain't hot. Things ain't hot at all right now. Well, that's a lie. It's exceedingly hot. The UK's going for a heat wave at the moment. But no, life aspects aren't great. Even better, the broken monitor is still here, it's still being used. This was the whole point of the break, was so that I could get the monitor replaced, and Asus have gone radio silent. So that's frustrating. That's incredibly frustrating. The new monitor I bought, for the price point it is, it's actually not that bad of a monitor, but for what I need, it's not good enough. It's a little blurry around the sides, the color scheme is quite muted as well. Yeah, so unfortunately, the migraine's going to continue for a while, which sucks. I don't know what to do about the whole Asus replacement thing, because they've just gone complete radio silent. I'm going to get back to them again, because I am still under warranty for another year and a half. So I don't know what's going on with regards to that. It's gonna make things a little rough for a while. Very rough for a while. So yeah, that's about it. And then also coming up in the next week is the anniversary of my grandma's death. She died, I believe it was the 11th of September last year. I will be taking a day off that day, 100%. So yeah, no, that's also on my mind a lot at the minute. So yeah, things at the minute are very rough, very rough. And also I've been addicted. I've managed to pick up an addiction that I don't like. I managed to pick up a very bad addiction. I don't want to get addicted or play MOBAs ever again, but yeah, no, Valve, we can actually finally start talking about it, obviously. I'm playing a lot of Deadlock. I've been playing a lot of Deadlock. How many hours have I got? Since starting it about 2 weeks ago, I've got 60 hours in Deadlock. Yeah. Yeah. That's not good. That's not good. Man, fuck Deadlock. I like that game a lot. I don't want to get into a MOBA, but fuck Deadlock. I like that game a bunch. Valve have got a winner on their hands with that one. I was very tempted to come back and stream Deadlock, but that would kill my channel off like immediately, so I thought better of it. Yeah, we're doing the PS5 version of Gaiden again. Mostly because I need to practice it for Speedrun Marathon next month. The Speedrun Marathons, if you missed it, because the announcement only happened literally the last stream before I took my break. Deadly Premonition is in Big Bad Gameathon. That will be at the end of this month. I am the last run. I do believe that's 29th or the 30th. It rolls over on midnight at one of my times. So it's one of those things where it's just yeah. It's I had the old link up in chat at one point. I need to make a bot command for it, and I also need to figure out how to do bot commands in YouTube. You think I'd use this week and a half productively to set up YouTube's side of things a bit more efficiently, but ran into a little bit of a roadblock, aka I got lazy. Always a good roadblock. Also, I somehow managed to fucking bash my arm really badly there. I don't know how, but that is what it is. Speaking of bashing arm really badly and health issues, this is also something that's pertaining to my mental health at the moment. As most of you all know, I have lymphedema. Lymphedema is a kind of degenerate disease of the legs. Essentially, my legs fattened up to 3 times their size, and essentially If they get to a certain stage, which is stage like 3 and 4 onwards, it is uncurable. And if it gets even worse, then you can become handicapped for life. I am stage 3, so it's not going to get healed. But the thing about the thing that I'm leading up into with this, essentially my lymph nodes are messed up. And every so often, or my lymph glands or lymph nodes, you know the drill. Essentially every so often, there can be a small lymph node or lymph gland that kind of like erupts from the skin. It never heals, which is wild. But essentially, like the actual like lymph, I can't remember the actual like word of the actual like liquid itself, like tries to burst out of the skin, and that's what causes the problems. Essentially, you don't want it to happen anytime because that's a bad sign. Over 2 days ago? Yeah, 2 days ago. It happened 3 times in one night. So that's concerning, because they can actually cause sepsis. So I've been keeping a very close eye on those. But yeah, my leg health, my left leg, it's all on my left leg. My left leg health is not good right now. Very not good. But that's also causing cause for concern. So yeah, this has been not the best week off, which sucks. I was literally going to use this week to, you know, get the fucking monitor fixed, which is still in front of me, and then also, obviously have a bit of a relax, manage to, you know, catch my breath again, like, you know, get excited for streaming. I'm gonna be brutally honest, and I'm gonna need a little bit of patience over the next couple of days. Not in a good headspace at all. Like, I'm really struggling at the moment. Which is bad, because I was really struggling before the break, and this was supposed to be a relaxing break. Despite all the bad things that have happened, there were some good things. What day was it? Was it Wednesday last week? It was either Wednesday or Tuesday last week. Went to the cinema. Went to watch Alien Romulus. That was a good time. That was a very good time. I did say I was going to go to the cinema and watch Alien Romulus, and yeah, I did watch Alien Romulus. I actually really enjoyed it without, like, going into, like, spoilery stuff. More shades of Alien and Aliens than Prometheus and Covenant. Although, obviously, I had a little bit of that here and there. I've seen people dislike the last, like, the real Marmite part of the movie is going to be the last, like, 15-20 minutes, because, like, it goes in an interesting direction. I didn't mind it. I didn't mind it too much. I thought it was okay. I just would have liked the characters to be fleshed out a little bit more. That's all. It was a good movie. Like, they got the set design perfect. I do wish they'd have used a new actor instead of digitally AI'd a dead actor onto a role in the movie, because that was it. Yeah, I didn't feel good. I didn't feel good at all. So, yeah, it is what it is. And weirdly enough, when I came out of Alien Romulus, I got really dizzy. Like, I don't know what it was. I was sat in a good position in the cinema, like, pretty much, like, dead onto the screen. So it wasn't me, you know, craning my neck up, like, the entire time. But I came out of it and I was massively dizzy. That's when I kind of realized, oh, crap, I'm still, you know, their headspace ain't too great in the minute. So yeah, and also, as I said, it's still a heat wave. You'll know I don't do well when it's hot, and it's fucking hot. To put it bluntly, I think it was Saturday or Sunday night was the worst night in, like, 2 weeks or so, where I looked at my phone, and all my phone said, instead of, because, like, my phone has the time, and then it has, like, the date, and then just to the right of it, it has, like, the temperature, and I've never seen this before. It got rid of the date and the temperature, and all it said next to it was, Met Office warning, heavy thunderstorms. Cool. So I was sat here like, oh, and, like, it was massively humid because of the thunderstorms, and yeah, no. It didn't actually, like, massively thunderstorm in the end, but because the thunderstorms, like, isolated to, like, a close by area, the humidity fucking, like, scaled so high. Like, that reminded me of what it was like back at, like, the end of July, like, mid-August. Like, it was ridiculous. But I don't want to digress. I don't want to be too negative for a while. I do want to say thank you for the patience. I want to say thank you for letting me have a break. The only breaks I have when I go to GDQ. So this is in 8 years of streaming. I think this is the second break I've ever taken that isn't GDQ. So thank you for that. It wasn't a good time to take it because we had a good bit of momentum after the front page of Twitch stream on my birthday, and obviously the birthday stream. It was really, really bad to take a break then. I couldn't have carried on. If I'd have carried on, things would have got worse, way worse. So I am glad I did, despite the fact that it wasn't as good of a week as I was hoping to. And I think that's also partly because I wanted it to be better than it was. I think I had a little too big expectations, if that makes sense. But yeah, no, it's one of those things. Also, I am currently, I will actually link this in both chats right now because this is important. I'm currently recovering from having absolutely wildly changed my sleep schedule once again. This is fantastic. Peep this link. Watch it when you have time. It is a nice 3-hour good old podcast between the Yakuza 4. It is Develian, aka Leon, Snowiest Angie-Man, Gokodoni, and this British twat. So, when Develian in the podcast said we literally decided on it less than 24 hours before the podcast started, I shit you not, it was like 12 hours before that podcast started. Develian was like, so Snowiest's caused a shitstorm on Twitter. Why don't we do a podcast about K3? Literally, it was literally just, yeah, we should do this. It was all of us was just literally, hey, it's content creator brain, like, we can make content on this. So it was like, I actually have a full script written up for what my K3 video is going to be, because the way that it started, oh holy shit, the way that it started, I saw Kiwami 3 was trending on Twitter, and that's always a mistake. I went and looked at obviously the trends on Twitter, and I looked at K3, and I saw somebody had made a negative post based on Snow Sanjiman's video about having watched it. And obviously I did the sensible thing of, removing names and accounts, because you know what Twitter's like? Twitter's an absolute fucking shitty-ass hellhole to have a discussion in the first place these days. So I didn't want, I knew what was going to happen if I just, put names and accounts there with, like, the size of my account and the fact that I knew it was going to gain a little bit of traction.
Decided to upgrade from monthly to 6 months.
Yeah, I mentioned about, it was more about my situation, not wanting to do a
on the run.
K3 video because of obviously Snowy Sanjiman's reaction when it was just, their opinion. And I think the thing is, and the response to my tweet was actually a really good one. Even the person whose tweet I, actually, copied to, state my, thoughts on my K3 video, they actually, were in my replies and were, really chill and, explained their, stance and said they had gone back and watched the video after the fact. And I think that the actual, the majority, we're talking 95% of the responses to my tweet, were pretty leveled. Most, probably split half and half the people who saw, why a K3 is good and why they want one. Half people who are I like the original, I feel like people should try the original more. And I think that's nice because, Twitter is an absolute shitty hellhole for trying to have a good discussion with anybody. So having, people able to, get their, actual good opinions out about being massive, shit heels was honestly a good thing. That's the reason why we wanted to do that podcast on K3, was because it's a longer format where most of us, I'm glad Gokodoni wasn't as, heavy into the, K3 would be cool kind of camp, because, it gives, both sides of the argument. And, I could absolutely do, a 30-minute video myself of just, hey, I think it would be a good thing, but it needs to be done right, because it does need to be done right. It needs to be more like K1 and K2 rather than Lad-Ishin. If it's just like Lad-Ishin, it's just not going to be worth it. It really isn't. So that's why we wanted to get that podcast out. I will say it's not the last you will hear of the Yakuza 4 this month. I mean, surprise, there's the RGG Summit in literally 17 days. I don't think we're gonna live stream it together, but you will get our reactions to that damn near ASAP. Obviously all of our individual thoughts, and then probably a piece together in a podcast format, obviously the last one. Cliff, thank you for the Prime Gaming for 31 months. Steve Spaceship, thank you for the tier 1 for 6 months in advance. Holy crap. Give me a second, YouTube chat. I gotta do the business side of things. Twitch chat. September. Subs are 25% off. Obviously, sub prices went up in a good couple of countries like 2 months ago. Fuck you, Twitch. You want to get subs cheap? Now's the time. Be like CP Space Sheep. Be smart. Do like 6 months in advance. Hell yeah. I did just take a week and a half off. I have to do the business side of things, I'm afraid. YouTube chat, I might call you Red Chat, and Twitch chat, I might call you Purple Chat, by the way. Like it's a bit wordy to go, you know, the YouTube chat constantly, but Red Chat, it's got a nice ring to it. Very nice ring to it. Like that. But yeah, no, it is September over on Twitch. Subs are, I don't remember what it is fully. I should probably get a bot command for it. It's like subs are currently like 25% off. Gifted subs like in the last like 5 days of September are also going to be on offer, I think. It might be wrong on that one. But yeah. Yeah, I am on your level, Rebel. I've already done one run of Gaiden on PS5, and you can already see that I'm like a minute behind you still, so I gotta get better at the video game, you know.
Hey Froob, happy September month. I can't wait for both the RGG Summit and Tokyo Game Show. Excited to see what's gonna be shown, dude. Memphis.
Yeah, I am as well, actually. Neon King, thank you very much for the 2 on for 11 months. I appreciate it. And the Corey Star, maybe the 2 on for 1 year. Appreciate that.
One year already. Thanks for great time.
Onk? Justin? What the fuck? I still haven't fixed the YouTube alerts on stream, I'm afraid. I did actually try, but, you know, the issue is, without streaming, I can't tell if they're working or not. So I don't think they're working at the minute, I'm afraid. I'm pretty confident they're not working. I'm very, very confident. Yeah, PS5 is slower overall. I mean, I could check. Where's my PC splits? Good on stuff. Lucky Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name any percent. My real time on PC is currently... comparing its real time. 1:25:25, so 5 minutes. Yeah. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. That was the kind of same with LAD. It was about that time. It was about 5 minutes in terms of real-time difference. Which, again, considering for the years that we've done Yakuza runs, it's never been that close of a gap. So, that's kind of wild. Also, my PS5 run was nowhere near as good as my PC run, so yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Big Nono. Appreciate it. Oh! Big announcement happened today. Once again. Run by TJ on PC. Once again, Yakuza 5 takes back its crown as being the longest Yakuza speedrun. Infinite Wealth is officially, not loadless, but RTA quicker than Yakuza 5. It fucking happened. I fucking told you it was gonna happen. I fucking told you it was going to happen. It's only by about 2-3 minutes, and you all know I was close with my previous PB with a fight spawn and a Raiden spawn. I'm pretty confident I can get Yakuza 5 sub 550. I think I can get it sub what Infinite Wealth is now. But I was speaking to TJ, and TJ actually is like very confident that it can go like a good 10-15 minutes faster. So yeah, no. I think we're on the era where Infinite Wealth stays below Yakuza 5, apart from like maybe 1 or 2 days. Fucking Yakuza 5, dude. God. Yakuza 5, yeah, it has to remain the longest. It's written in by law at this point. I'm trying to make it quicker. I don't know at the moment. I need to obviously sit down and like verify the run itself. But I don't see there likely being any problems with it. Just a lot of optimization, really. Look. But yeah, maybe the tier 1 for 51 months. I appreciate it. 51 months. Jesus Christ, that's such a long time. That took me back, actually. And still just died in 2 minutes. Yes, okay, so, during my break, I did have a look at 2 runs that we did before the break that I was really curious about. 1, Infinite Wealth. 2, Deadly Premonition. In fact, I can probably bring up the Deadly Premonition run. Where are we? The Infinite Wealth run. If you're wondering why the Infinite Wealth run died, yes, my party was 1 level lower than it should have been. Which was not because of the, time waiting period. Not the time wait period, the grinding period. So somewhere after the grinding period, before the final boss, my grind, like, fell down. My levels fell down. I think it was party member deaths and the likes. I'm pretty confident. So, yeah. That's the reason why. However, let me bring up display capture. This was the Deadly Premonition run. We did on the very final stream 9 days ago. Since, like, before my break. So here's what you gotta do. So this is the out of bounds. What you are supposed to do is wait at this point for the world to load, and then count to 5. Let's see what this dumbass counts to. Watch the timer on the right. So everything's loaded in, pretty much at 125.40. So I need to now go into my menu and leave at 126 or 125.45. So let's see when I do this. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Peak. That's 3 to 4 seconds, my dude. That's 3 to 4 seconds, my dude. That's not 5 seconds. You have a fucking live split program that counts down. Good God. Local man can't count to fucking 5 despite having a program that counts to fucking 5. So if you're wondering why the Deadly Premonition run died before the break, I can't count to 5 apparently. Great. Fucking wonderful. Fucking absolutely wonderful. Semenya, thank you very much for the generous 5 gifted subs. I don't know if you actually got an alert for that. Did you actually get an alert for that? I don't know if you actually got an alert for that. Let me replay that alert. I don't know if you got an alert for that, so I'm just going to replay the alert. But yeah, the counting to 5 is hard, chat. This is why I'm no longer an accountant. Thank you for all the luck, and thank you for all the welcome backs. What we're going to do is we're going to do a Gaiden run. Again, I'm not going for PB. I'm just, like, derusting Gaiden because it's time to start the derusts ahead of next month, where me and Rebel are going to fight each other in real life, and then maybe do Gaiden. I don't know. I think that's one of the stipulations with our fight is we have to do like a run of Gaiden at some point. That's, I don't know. And then afterwards, we're going to rank every single speedrun that I've ever done. That's going to upset some people. It's going to upset some people. Ideally, what I would have liked is I would have liked to, because let me bring up my display capture. We're going to do it via tier list. I've got all the cover art of everything that I've ever run. Even a little bit, even a tiny bit, like Live Alive, or even stuff you have probably never realized I've run, like Dark Souls 3 and Bloodborne. I'm gonna try and do them in order. We'll get to it once I'm obviously done. I'm going to try and be as harsh as possible, but I'm likely not going to be as harsh as possible, because you know what I'm like. It's kind of funny because I had 44 runs, which, for those who don't know, it's my 4-year partner anniversary with Twitch this year. So it would have been pretty cool to, you know, have 44 speedruns under my belt for 44 at 4. It's actually 46, and I forgot one run when I was collating all of the cover art together. And of all the runs I could have forgotten, you'll never believe this one. You'll never believe this one. The one run that I forgot to grab the cover for and forgot about was Yakuza Dead Souls. Fun fact, for those who haven't been around the channel that long, that's the first Yakuza run I ever did. Bloodborne was before Werewolf Skip. Bloodborne, God, that was like fucking 2017, 2018. It was a long time ago. Long time ago. One thing that I would have liked to have done was split it up into like the different categories I've done, but that would also make it last quite a long time. At the very least, I would have liked to have done all sub-stories. So when we do the tier list, I will actually like mention, hey, this is where I'd put this if it was all sub-stories, if I've done it, or, you know, for Dead Souls, New Game Plus as well. For K2, New Game Plus as well, etc, etc. We'll talk about those when we get to it. I'm looking forward to it. I didn't realize, literally 46 games. Some of which none of you'll have never heard of. Some of which you will never see me do. I'm fairly confident. Like, only about 4 or 5 people, before I mentioned it on stream before, knew that I have run Dark Souls 3 and Bloodborne. So, yeah. Anyway. Get going, shall we? Oh yeah, I got manually split, don't I? I got a manually split, goddamn. Ugh. I'm so privileged on PC to be able to have an auto splitter. Be lazy and have it do it for myself. No RGG intro confirmed for YouTube. Is it? Oh, great. Oh, great. Devaliant, I hope you're doing well. Folks, once again, go follow Devaliant if you're not. Again, as I posted in chat earlier, forcing me to stay awake in night. Actually, no, like, it's kind of funny how it happened. Like, we literally decided, I'm not even kidding, like, we are, like, talking about... Just got one straight for a second. There you go. We are talking literally, like... God, what was it? Like, it must have been, like, sub 24 hours before, like, the actual podcast. We were just like, yeah, we should talk about K3. Thanks, Snowiest Angie, man. That was a weird reaction. Bad start. Bad start. Yeah, folks, go follow Devaliant. They are an absolutely fantastic content creator, especially in regards to Yakuza and other stuff. Devaliant, I've already finished the first chapter of Trails to Azure. I ain't waiting around with this one. Waiting around with this one. I'm getting it done. His behavior, not gonna lie, right? Yeah, no, this run ain't gonna go well, but this is just a chill like shorter stream today to ease back into things. Like, very hard to come back to streaming after having like not streamed for like 9-10 days. Like, it's been a while. Ideally, I could have had like another like week for this break, but also ideally this monitor would have been replaced.
Let's go.
What? Who are you? The fuck? You grabbed the beer bottle? Oh, this is the weirdest start. This is the weirdest fucking start to a Gaiden run I've ever had.
No.
We might do one reset.
For this.
Action. Damn you, Agent C. He wanted to be was seen. Uh-huh. Yeah, I wish my break was a little bit more productive. Sadly not, and as said, monitor is still here. I'm looking right at it. It's still giving me migraines, which is annoying. Asus have just gone really quiet on that front, which is annoying. I'm just gonna have to get back to them again, and then... Yeah. I don't know what happens if they don't respond again.
Let's go.
Wire. Game? This guy at the same time, that's a shame. Okay, I'm missing my multi hits as well, which isn't great. My depth perception in this game is like really off, and I don't know why. Good God. I'm restarting now, this is bad. Nah, we'll restart a little bit. I don't want to get into Gaiden resets on console already. I still have to learn a little bit more of the optimizations that people are doing in Gaiden, because my early game is like quite sloppy. And my early game is where most of my time save is. So yeah, I gotta get the early game stuff down a bit better. I forgot to hit the split key, because again, I'm used to PC. Fuck! Probably a bit quicker just to cancel the game out at this point. Yeah, DMC5, that's gonna be on the tier list later. Yeah, it's last time I've done a tier list of, like, you know, my favorite Yakuza runs in the past. This is gonna be every run I've ever done. Those who've been long-time Fruit fans can probably guess what's gonna be an S tier. Forgot to fucking hit the button again. Even with playing like ass sobbing and saying manual split hype. I hate this. PLA, thank you for the 35 months, I appreciate it. Good. It's going well. So, we've learned from before my break, I can't count to 5. I can't hit a button. It's going great. Going real great. So yeah, with my break now being over, allow me to say what we're gonna do for this week. Hit the button this time. Let me say what I'm gonna do for this week, because this week is gonna be a very busy week. I think it's gonna be a very interesting week, actually. Obviously today is gonna be a Gaiden for the 8 hours it's gonna take for a run to start here, into tier listing every speedrun I've ever done. Then tomorrow, because this is going to take like a good 4 hours, we're going to do my very first Sleeping Dog speedrun, which, whoa boy, the actual... It's 2 minutes. Oh, that actually connected? Wow, I'm actually kind of surprised about that. Practice has not been going badly. It's been going interestingly. I'm on the... Please hit the gun with the hand, Jury. I'm on the OG version instead of definitive, which means that some of the strats don't work for me. So, that's been interesting. There's a mission 20-30 minutes in, where you go with Jackie to get some fake watches. It's really funny because you're supposed to drive the van there. We drive the van like pretty much like 4/5 of the way there, and then we just go get a car and ram everybody to death. It's very funny. But the second part of that, you're back in the van and Jackie's in the, like, it's either the watches or Jackie's in the back of the other van, and you have to like chase after them. In the definitive edition, it actually has a couple of obstacles that they've spawned in that slow the van down, and you can just ram the van, not immediately, but within the first 10 seconds, and like just like stop it completely if you get like the right angle. The downside to being on OG, those objects don't exist. Is that the beer bottle again? Oh, chat, we're drinking tonight. So the downside to that is that because I'm on OG and I can't do that, I have to do things in a little bit of a different method, which is kind of very funny because the other method is just, instead of like trying to like hit it from the side, we take a different path. You can see it again. We take a different path, and we actually hit the van from the front. But the way the AI works is that the actual driver can get out of the fucking way. So it's actually more dangerous and slower to do it the way that I have to do it because it's OG. I will likely do my first run on OG and then by definitive if I have to, because pretty much every other like bit of speed tech does work. There's some really technical and hard shit in that run. Like, genuinely. Like, I'm actually surprised at how technical that run can be at times. There's a couple of races that you have to do as part of the story. Hitting that guy. There's a couple of races that you have to do as part of the story. And, yeah, no, they are actually terrifying. Because we can actually... Oh, the fucking sand attack. You can actually avoid... God, I was hoping everybody would be, like, rushing towards me. Okay, thanks, Jury. Appreciate you. There's a couple of races that we can actually skip in its entirety, or, like, parts of it, but it's really tight timing-wise. One of them requires us to gain height off of a fire hydrant, which is, like, not the easiest thing to do. So, yeah. So there's a very big lack of hitting multiple enemies, so. This is a very bad fight. It's his brakes, right? Okay. I'm fairly certain that one of the base attacks breaks when it falls to the ground. Shouts to Hanover for actually doing a good job there. Good job. Yep. So, Alexa, thank you for the 2 on for 40 months. I appreciate it. A lot of the early game fights are like that, Hoxie. A lot of the early game fights are like that. There's also a lot of like normal hand-to-hand fights, which are more annoying at the start before we get a damage upgrade. There's also like an interesting skip at the very start where we have to like technically go out of bounds out of a fight. And if we go out of bounds out of a fight, we can go get a moped early, and you have to do it like almost precisely because you only have about a buffer of like 3 to 5 seconds, and like if you can do it properly, the scooter that you grab can actually go into the middle of the road, at which point you can then use that in the next part afterwards, and as long as you don't get, like, a game over or, like, go too far away from the NPC you're supposed to be, like, walking with, then you can just go faster with that. Much, much faster. And that persists for, like, 4 or 5 missions. So, yeah, there's a lot of, like, really cool tech to Sleeping Dogs. Like, I really like the run. From what I've been practicing off stream, I really like the run. I did say I would like to have Final Fantasy VI Pixel Remaster done at the same time as well. Unfortunately, I have not been able to do that as well. But there are other runs that I have done that I do need to also actually, like, do... No. Oh, my menu was bad. That I also need to do on stream. Those runs are Resident Evil Remake, Valkyria Chronicles, and Dead Rising 2 Off the Record, all bosses. We might do that. That was going to be the original plan on, I think, Friday or Saturday. I was just going to do a... what's this guy? I was just going to do, like, a day of, you know, speedrun catch-up for, like, new runs that I haven't, like, finished yet. I also forgot Astro Bot's coming out on Friday. And I kind of really want to play Astro Bot. So we might do Astro Bot on stream. So. Anyway, Krebs, I hope you're doing well. So, hey, Sandside. Maybe you're doing well. So, yeah, no, it's pretty cool. I'm connecting to chat on Twitch right now, so panic if you're on Twitch. To chat, you're my only saving grace. Whoa. I just have to hit these two a little bit better. I want the sword, because the sword is good. Actually, I want to hit him first, because the thing. Sword's good, sword's fast. Sword has good damage as well. Nope, I'm not getting hit by a second one of those. If I get hit by a second one of those, I'm restarting again. I can see Twitch chat again. Hello.
Figured as much. That's the Dragon of Dojima for you.
That's me.
Yeah, let's go.
Please, game. Game. I can see the L2 pickup. Like. Sir, what in the fuck are you doing? Damn. That's late. I timed my evasion so perfectly, I didn't trigger the counter that I need to end this fight. Because you cannot end this fight until you do the counter. Takes about 30 seconds for Cyrano to do the counter a second time. Love this game. Love this game so much. That's why we're going with Gaiden today, as I said. Short stream. Just because it's a short run doesn't mean it's going to get going fast. Good stuff. Hey, guess what? I hit the button this time. Oops, too fast. Dodging too good. Somehow. Yeah, once again, as I said earlier, go to Develian's channel. We did the Yakuza 4 podcast again. Cheeky nudge, nudge, hint, hint, with an RGG summit at the end of the month. Probably not going to be the last time you hear from the four of us. At least in a together format. You're obviously going to hear from us, like, separately, but... yes, obviously we will be covering the... we will be covering the summit, obviously, like, the day that it happens. Nice. That's not the move, my dude. So, Osamu is the only enemy that survives. Cute. Sometimes you can have an enemy that guards, which really sucks. There is a bike over there, but it's honestly a lot faster to use the cone. Because the bike is just so far out of the way. It's a shame. I'd honestly, like, considered, like, trying to route that bike in, but it's just, the cone is really fast. If you can, like, get your multi-hits together, then it's really, really good. But, good positioning. Yeah, I hope you all have had a good, like, week and a half. Like, as said, mine's been not great, which sucks. Like, it could have been better. I think I had more expectations on it. Also, in terms of the rest of the schedule, because I said, like, obviously a little bit. Obviously, today is Gaiden and, like, ranking every speedrun I've ever done in a tier list. Wednesday, Sleeping Dogs first speedrun. That's gonna take, like, 4 to 5 hours. It's gonna take a while. I'm gonna mess up a lot of the, skips and stuff. Because, like, some of them are genuinely really fucking hard. Game? Hello, yes, I would like to grab pipe. Thank you. What the fuck is happening? Like, holy shit. I don't know what it is with Gaiden and grabbing stuff with a wire, but sometimes it just refuses to do so. Like, it's really dumb sometimes. It's like... I wish it was, like, a lot more consistent, but it's just not consistent sometimes. I had this casually as well, which sucks. We go again. Until 5 AM first day of vacation. Yeah, it's kind of funny because, like, we did the podcast and, like, funnily enough, I actually, like, managed to just, like, completely shift my sleep schedule. Even though we only said we were going to do it, like, you know, a good, like, 12 hours before the actual podcast itself. Like, when Devellian in the podcast says we decided on it, like, literally last minute, we're not kidding. It really, really, really was last minute. I saw that coming. It was crumpling even to the ground. Okay. I was in the middle of a combo, so I did the wire instead. Oi, oi, oi. Well, let's try chapter 1. We'll no reset at that point, but yeah, chapter 1's giving me some issues right now. There's all this. Again, it's been a while since I've been speedrunning these games. I haven't touched any Yakuza / Like a Dragon in, like, literally, like, a week and a half. Which is, like, probably the longest I've gone without playing these games for literally years. So yeah, let me finally get this schedule out, shall we? Obviously today, Gaiden and ranking every speedrun I've ever done in a tier list. Tomorrow, Sleeping Dogs, any percent. Thursday is gonna be a day off. Thursday just works well for me as a day off this week. It's one of my squares. Oh. It's just out there for later in case I need a second cone. Please don't guard. Samu guarding is like the worst. Okay. A little better. But yeah. So yeah, Thursday day off. Friday, as I said, was gonna be Friday or Saturday. I'm not quite sure which order this was. I'm kind of feeling Yakuza 4 at the minute. It's very rare that I feel like Yakuza 4, but I'm kind of like feeling a little bit of Yakuza 4 at the moment. So potentially Yakuza 4 on either Friday or Saturday. On the other day, it's probably going to be as I said, the new speedruns that I still need to finish or do day, which is going to be a couple of like shorter runs that I need to do. So Dead Rising 2 off the record or bosses, Valkyria Chronicles, and Resident Evil 1, aka the remake, not the original. However, I also forgot that Astrobot was coming out on Friday. And I'm actually really excited for Astrobot, and I would like to play that. So we might do Astrobot on Friday instead. And then Sunday is going to be Yakuza 5... Okay. Yakuza 5 world record attempts. Considering we're 21 seconds off of world record, and I had a fight spawn and a Raiden spawn... Yeah, we can get it. Yeah, we can get it. Okay, not too far. I do love that, like, grabbing... Oh, everyone's gone. The only upside to this is that Joanne went on the floor. Joanne takes 2 hits, except if he's on the floor. Like, when you do ground-based, like, strong attacks like that, it does more damage, so... It's a good week, it is a good week. Next week, I'm still, like, trying to place things here and there. We will be doing some Dead Rising next week, because obviously Dead Rising. The deluxe remaster of that is coming out the 19th, the week after. So we're going back to Dead Rising next week. Now that I've realized, you know, I can't count to 5, I will finish that Deadly Premonition run so that YouTube gets to see a full DP run. Game tonight. Where did that go? I know where it went, but like... The person who's going to win the UKSG race between me and Rebel is going to be the person that gets the least amount of Dragon Engine shenanigans in this intro. That's it in a fucking nutshell. There is no other way, there's no other difference, there's no other way that race is going. Because once we get out of Chapter 1, neither of us is making a mistake. Jesus Christ. Spider is a very wonderful mechanic, I agree.
Yeah, let's go.
I just wish it was a little more consistent. If I turn that off. Hey, good for you, buddy. Really? Double guards? Of course, the sound is... 57 with double guard is still pretty good. Kind of surprised about that. Ugh. Dear, dear. But yeah, there will be Dead Rising in the Dead Rising week. When Dead Rising comes out, I am hopefully going to be sponsored by Capcom. Fingers crossed. I've had a good working relationship with Capcom over the last year, so hopefully, very much fingers crossed. We will be doing a full playthrough of DRDR when it comes out. So, you know, all cutscenes, like, trying to do 100%, all survivors, blah, 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 you know the drill. I'm super excited for it. Like, you have no idea how excited I am for it. Yeah. I love Dead Rising.
Let's go.
So I'm looking forward to seeing, like, how that is. Ah, the pipe. Good. I like the pipe for its range, rather than the actual, like, beer bottle. But yeah, I'm very much looking forward to it. I love Dead Rising. Like... I'll find out how much I love it after this run when I do my tier list. Really?
I'm so sorry.
You're so sorry. I'm sorry I didn't hit you in the first place. What the hell? How did he not get hit? Amazing. We finally get out of these tutorials. Let's find out. But yeah, Gaiden is just like this sometimes. Sometimes it's just impossible to get out of these tutorials in a fast manner. Like, Gaiden is a good run. Chapter 1 just really fucking sucks to speedrun in this game. Like, it really sucks. Like, there's so much RNG that can happen in these chapters. Or is Chapter 1? Oops. That's not ideal. I have to do this old-fashioned way. Which is a shame, because now everybody moves away. I know you're the one. Really? I know you're the one that has high HP left. You. Not great. Not great, but nobody was being aggressive and running towards me. Sucks. So I went after the two on the left at first, was because they were the least likely to run over. It's usually the ones that get up first that are more aggressive, but nope.
Ready for this. This is
get this guy as well. Perfect grab on the base at least. If I can hit enemies, that'd be great. Downside is, there's a good couple of enemies that are just all over the place. I was expecting this guy to actually get close to me. Yeah, that's why I tried to wire him, because I was expecting him to just stay over there. He was actually aggressive, which was kind of nice, but the rest of that was a bit sluggish, honestly. Alright, let's see if we fuck up Sorano again. Somehow. Honestly, really impressive the time your dodges at the perfect time to not get the, like, actual counter. That's actually hard. They give you, like, an extended window to do it. Yeah, I'm kind of going through everything that we're going to do next week in my head at the moment. I got big plans. We're going to be very busy for September. We're going to be, like, exceedingly busy for September, considering, obviously, you know, Dead Rising's coming out. We're going to be busy for October. We've got Lollipop Chainsaw Repop and also Shadows of the Damned Hella Remastered, both of which are games that I do speedrun, and I am looking forward to, obviously, the both of those coming out and seeing what they're like. I am concerned for Lollipop Chainsaw. I am not concerned for Shadows of the Damned in the slightest. We'll see. We will see. Okay. Next. Hey, Rispa. Not really. Not really, which is what sucks. I still have the bad monitor, which is causing the migraines over there. That's gone very, very quiet on Asus's side, and that's causing me a whole bunch of stress. The new monitor wasn't great either. The weekend bit itself wasn't exactly great. I think I wanted to do more with my time, and I just couldn't. It was a massive shame. That guy's still standing. Good last hit. Ideally, you want to finish them all off in one combo. Like, but if you have, like, multiple enemies left over at the end, you're usually, like, hitting more combos, but that was a good last hit. Very good last hit. I've not been getting the correct angle for that fight for a while now. I need to go and have a look at what the actual angle is for that. It's definitely something I'm doing wrong, for sure. Oh, that's a terrible combo. Just missed, like, literally everyone. Just need a weapon, please. Doesn't matter which one. I got that off quick enough. Go you. He's fine. Don't worry about him. He's tired. Had a long day. Alright, hi Cyrano. I'd ask you to behave, but you kind of did behave. It was my fault, really. Buddy? Okay. So if you're wondering what I do here, I'm looking at his right leg, and when his right leg is going back, that's when we do our attack. That's bad. Ooh, that was tight. Ooh, I messed up my timing on that. This has a quite high, like, window time to be able to get your counter off, which is nice, as long as you do the first hit correctly. But, ugh. That was a very slow third hit that almost cost me. Anyway, progress.
What you got.
This stream, unbelievable.
Ready for this.
Hello, Shishido. Okay, 2 hit. So, when you hit Shishido with a cone, if you interrupt his attack, or break his guard, you have enough time to get 3 attacks in before he does his next attack. Literally just 3. So, there, because I was a bit late, I knew it was 2 attacks instead of 3.
Come on, bring that good shit.
I'm bringing the good shit, and I'm getting out of this run now. Light double charge is nice, because it keeps Shishido in place. Respect it. Always respect it. Respect the EX. Always respect the EX. That was a bit slow, honestly. The first half of that fight wasn't too bad, but the second half was pretty bad. Lots of guards, lots of misses. Ugh. Oh. That's what it is. Still carrying on. Still very much carrying on. Get this run going. Also, there's been some very interesting gaming news this week since I've been gone. Again, part of the speedrun tier list later, Devil May Cry 5. Itsuno of Capcom is no longer Itsuno of Capcom, which is wild because, like, man, they do some good games, and they're the reason why Devil May Cry, you know, like, managed to get its, like, full resurrection. I'm curious as to who, if anyone, would want to take over Devil May Cry. I wonder if Capcom kind of knew the writing was on the wall, like, a while back, and I wonder if they've had someone new on Devil May Cry for a while. Like, I'm a little concerned about Anita-no-less Devil May Cry. But at least his team, who, you know, made Devil May Cry, is still there. And then obviously, listen, I'm a Dragon's Dogma fan. We're never getting any more Dragon's Dogma ever again. No more Dragon's Dogma is ever happening again, and that makes me very, very sad. Right, I tried to do the Infinite Wealth thing, didn't I? One bento tensor, okay. I tried to press up to do the multi-menu thing, but that's Infinite Wealth only at the moment. So that's upsetting, honestly.
Let's.
Suzuki also left? Yeah.
How about this?
This guy sucks. Didn't get any doubles. Rip. Also, I know that I'm doing things wrong here because I should be using my EX in this room, so my EX is off at this point. So yeah. So I know there's room for improvement, like, around this part. Don't know where right now.
Here we go.
Unfair.
Yeah, let's go.
Ah, jackass. And again, I don't think we need to pick these up anymore either. So we need to definitely get the right handle on the new speed tech stuff. We run into this corner to get everybody to, like, kind of gather up towards us here. Double sake so that we can get heat generation. Great, but it should be fine now that I have the baton. Most.
That's a lot of months.
Captain Mort, over the 12 months. That's a year. Goddamn. Thank you very much for the year of support. I appreciate it. Right. Close. I'm trying to do this so that I keep, like, I can keep as many, like, menus to a minimum as possible.
Don't think so, dickhead.
I'm trying, buddy. I'm trying.
Okay,
I think I'm gonna do this ahead of time. Yes. I know we get that early as well in the run now, and, like, quick step strike's actually really good for a lot of these fights. Actually, you know, get it out. Fucking hell. Good.
let's go.
Pretty bad. Alright.
Oh, I would have loved to see that crush you just now.
Time.
Oh, I didn't get a launch.
Ready for this. Here we go. How about this?
Holy crap, this is very bad. Oh my god. Jeez, that's terrible. Huh? Three? Yeah, you can break doors and stuff really far away in Gaiden. I don't know why. Just can. Game's weird. Weird in a good way.
Why don't you just give up?
Mate, after that last fight, I'm bloody tempted to. Finally, I juggle. Remember, folks, you can't juggle in Gaiden. Shit. How did I open the map in a cutscene?
Bring it on.
K-Dub browse.
Aris, thank you for the 15 months, I appreciate it. How the fuck did I actually open up the menu, the map in the fucking menu there? Fuck you, Yoshimura. God, I hate you so much. The X first. You got him, bud. Good fight. Better fight. Much better fight. Cool. Nice. Look at this time save. That's much better. That's much, much better. I didn't even play well this chapter, but that's much better. Nice. 33 second time save. There you go. Cool. Hey, Cloud Savage. Oh, no, okay. I think that's a good summation. I'm not doing good, but I'm not doing, like, massively bad either. It's nice to be back again. I want to say thank you to everybody for their patience, for allowing me to have a break. Again, apart from, like, the GDQ trips, the only break I have taken in, like, the 8 years of streaming that I've done is literally, like, 2 of them. So, I was hoping to be a bit more productive in terms of, you know, like, mental health stuff and being able to, like, chill for a bit, but sadly not. Sadly not.
Welcome in.
Sell gold plate.
Thank you. Welcome in.
Purchase Fundoshi.
Thank you.
Grade attack 1. Equip Fundoshi. Also trying to get used to menuing on the DualSense because I really do not like this controller. Remember, I've learnt this game on a DualShock 4, which has less, like, squishier of a D-pad. And squishier of face buttons. It's weird. I don't think the DualSense is a bad controller. I just do not like it. Like, it's a lot thicker than the DualShock. I cannot get my hand around it properly. Like, it gives me, like, actual hand cramp, which sucks. But I think yeah, had that before. Had that a bunch of times before. Basically, that's why it took 2 years to beat Trails from 0. Thanks! I gotta remember that doesn't kill. I keep thinking that kills. That doesn't kill. Throwing objects in this game doesn't actually do that much damage, which is a shame. It's not Yakuza 6. It's one of the things I like about Yakuza 6. Throwing people and throwing objects is a surprisingly legitimate strategy in that game. Also, yes, once again, before anybody asks, the English dub is faster in the speedrun. Like, literally by a good, like, 30 to 45 seconds. We can skip a couple of boss intros. Like, it's the same as Judgment any percent and Lost Judgment any percent. For some reason, certain boss intros are just skippable in English. Couldn't tell you why. Just is. This is the bridge. This Gaiden taxi list. Get that K2 taxi list out of your head right now. Ugh, that's gonna get me in trouble. It's gonna massively, massively get me in trouble. What's the actual strat for this fight now? It's Quick Step Strike, right? I'm fairly certain it's now Quick Step Strike for this fight. Because I need to build up our EX for the next fight, even though I definitely have some spare healing items going. So, very long figures. I have exceedingly small hands. I'm just gonna be honest. Yeah, wasn't great. I have spare healing items, so we're fine. Since out screen, not feeling it. I mean, I've done that, like, even with speedruns, where I've been, you know, hey, I fancy this tonight, and then, like, 20 minutes later, it's just been, you know what? I don't fancy this tonight. Oh, my menuing is terrible. My menuing is so bad. I'd have ideally liked to have kept that down on XX, but whatever. I'm probably gonna have to get one spare healing item just in case.
Get ready for a whooping.
Ready for a whooping. I'm ready for a whooping, boys.
Let's time it. Here we go.
Come here, you. Jackass. Great. Thanks. Cool. Guys, this game Yakuza free? I hate that term so much. I hate the term Yakuza so much. I'm glad we never spoke about that term. I'd have launched into a 20-minute diatribe about how much I fucking hate that term. Hey, so we gotta get Akane to level 3, which is actually, like, nice and easy. Speak to this guy, give him the bento that we bought earlier. Then speak to this guy, give him one of the sakes we bought earlier, and that's it. That's level 3. It is that simple. Nice thing is, Akame to get back to her fast is always the bottom option, even when it is the castle. Yuna, thank you for the Prime game, 40 months, I appreciate it. I would absolutely have gone feral if we started talking about, like, the term Yakuza. I don't mind people disliking Yakuza 3. Like, you're not gonna like every game in a series. But, like, I feel like a lot of people, like, just hide their criticism of Yakuza 3 behind the term Yakuza. Like, just fully voice your opinion into why you don't like it. Like, don't just go lazy and go, oh, it's Yakuza. Like, fully explain why you don't like why the enemies are blocking a bunch. Like... Remake Part 1 example. Yeah. Remake Part 1, I like, but it is weird. It's case on feet skip, by the way. Well, it's case on feet skip. You wait till case on's feet turn up and then you skip. I've never heard of Yakuza 4. Yakuza 5, I've never heard of either. Like, I've never... Oh, what the fuck? I've never heard of those terms whatsoever. My menuing is really good today. Listen, it's been like a week. You can forgive me. Investigation request? Yeah, investigation request. Because of early quick-step strike, do I need to get anything... Actually, that was a 33-second time save, even with an extra menu for quick-step strike. That's pretty good. Do I need to get anything money-wise extra? I don't think I do, it's only like 15k.
Joryu, good work today.
So we're going to do this one sub-story for now. This is Etsuko's sub-story. Etsuko's sub-story doesn't actually have any fights in it, which is really nice. Gives a whole shit ton of points and also a bunch of money. All of which are massively important for upgrades. I'm also going to run along here. We're going to grab a coin locker key from outside of Club Fullshine.
What do we have here?
This one gets us the... this one gets us the Bloody Binding, which obviously increases our attack at the cost of our defense. Which I wouldn't mind talking about that at some point. RGG's obsession with numbers for gear pieces that make no fucking sense. We're gonna go down to minus 2,900 defense in this run. What the fuck does that mean? Like, what does that mean? Like, 2,900 what? Like, Lost Judgment does it best when all of its gear pieces are in percentages. You know? Hey, increases your damage by 5%. Cool. I know what that is. Like, that's 5% of my extra damage that I'm currently doing. Fantastic. Like, I don't need to hear any more than that. This is attack and boost max heat gauge, right? Yes. Try and not mess up the platinum plate this time like I did the other day. Push him on. Like, what does it mean? Chat, what are the numbers? What do they mean? You see how I'm doing one extra menu? Like, one extra, like, input every menu? Like, this keeps happening. So, attack. Boost max heat gauge. Good, we're all good still. Gear. We put on the Bloody Binding. Plus 430 attack at the cost of 970 defense. Which, again, what does that mean? Move this corner. Nice, got it. The trigger for that is right on the cutscene trigger, if you do that properly. Hey, Mel, hope you're doing well. So if we've done everything correctly, we can take out Mizurugi and Free Hitsu. If we've done everything correctly. Once again, much like any other Yakuza game, your two-handed weapons are king. Nice. You want to see that because that stops him doing anything. Mizurugi does have an EX, but usually, if you can get him to do the hand wave once, he won't do the EX until after your third hit. If you've done the level ups and gear correctly, you will take him out in that amount of time.
Yes. See. Come. Let's
yeah, makes sense. First person. Shout out to that dragon, folks. If you haven't heard in real life, that dragon has had a... Oh, fuck. Yeah, shut up. That dragon has unfortunately had a bit of a tail removal. The real estate company that owns the buildings next to it have said that encroached upon them. So, unfortunately, they had to remove part of the tail. So, in response, the owners of that, which has been there for, like, you know, so many years, added a teardrop to the dragons. When the next RGG game comes out, I'm gonna be going and having a look, see if that teardrop has been reflected in-game. And knowing RGG, it will be. So. That poor dragon, yo. Alright, Ebisu. We go to Ebisu in this chapter, because if we leave it till the next chapter, there's a fight spawn outside of here. Like one of the trouble fights. There should be 3 of you, and then 2 of you.
Thank.
That is correct. And then Akame. It's fucking menuing, my dude. Holy shit. So bad. My dude. I'm menuing, Bella. And then this is where my money will return to normal. Might be a sub-story, yeah, imagine. It would be pretty cool, I do agree with that. Castle. We don't need to get the money from doing that sub-story just yet. We should have more than enough. So, whilst we're here at the castle, we're going to be grabbing a couple of things and doing a couple of level ups. This is where we're about to start getting massively overpowered. It's kind of absurd how overpowered you get in Gaiden. So, speak to you. I wooden tags, 100k's worth. Exchange for prizes. For some chainmail. Triple gear by 2. Face stomp. And quick step strike, which you've already got. Gear, we put on the gruesome chainmail and the Fundo for now. So we have minus 1,900 defense at the cost at the effect of plus 1,100 attack. So we are now ridiculously busted. And it's going to get worse. Okay, I should drink 2 sake here for heat generation.
Jory-sama. Yes.
Cool. Bad. So hopefully we do what I say correctly. So these are some of the fights where we can skip their intros because we're in the English dub. Let's see if I can do this properly. This should be triple. Yep. So this arena is really weird because like it looks like it's like relatively flat, right? It's not. That sucks. Yeah, if you lose the first combo. Good thing. Bad fight. We follow the judgment logic where every single time an enemy goes into their EX mode, they are invulnerable. So to get them out of that invulnerability, you want to do a heat attack. Any kind of heat attack. Any one will work. But yeah, this floor doesn't exactly look the most stable. It's not that skippable in the English dub. This is well done to Kiryu from Ishin. I'm having bad luck in this Coliseum today. Remember when I said quick-step striking is really good for your juggling? Please don't EX. Respect it. Respect the EX. Always respect Wild Down Security EX. It's one of the fastest EXs in the game. Always respect it. Always. If there is any EX that you must respect, it's Wild Down Security. Never, ever, like, disrespect the Wild Down Security. Shit, Reggie. Could have done that a bit faster, but oh well. Fake ass, Ryuji go to ass. The set piece with Surano next, isn't it? Yeah. Just remember where I am. In this bit, we obviously want to take care of the tigers. It's a much easier way. It's much easier to get the 2 sword hits against the tigers in this than it is K2. We are also going to be building up our heat from this, which is nice. So ideally we can get to the right of the tigers and get a double. No. When the tigers are down, keep stabbing because as you can see, their hitbox is still active and you can still build up heat off of them. He's going to instantly go into EX. Fuck, I got stuck on the tiger body. Respect it. Have to do it the other way around. Up. Oh, fucking hell. Wow, this Coliseum could not be going much worse. Yikes. Hey, Ryuji, fuck off. That could not have gone much worse. That's bad. I think most of the time save that we had from Chapter 1 is pretty much gone at this point. It was a terrible Coliseum. Oh, well, never mind. Mind. So, in terms of items, we need a full heat heal for the end of the game. Thankfully, there's a very easy to pick up one. Raspa, thank you for the 34 months of Prime Gaming. Thank you very much. Almost 3 years. Stamina and Spark right on the left. Nice and easy.
All done here, Joryu? Gotcha. Okay.
Back to Zombori. Set piece. Set piece goes well. It didn't go fully well in my PB, so I can still save a little bit of time here. And aiming is terrible. Yeah, we're gonna do a lot of Gaiden on PS5 over this next month, so I can get used to the DualSense, because, yeah, geez, I am not used to this controller whatsoever. The only upside to the Coliseum going the way it did is that I don't have to menu here to get heat back for the start of this. So, if you're wondering why I said that the Firefly, Firefly, one of them, is really overpowered, go into your EX, then just throw out a cigarette. If you change back to your other style, you will regenerate as long as you're guarding, or not guarding, but as long as you change back to your other style and come out your EX, you'll regenerate all your heat.
Took out every last one of them, eh? Living up to your reputation.
So
But
once
this
again,
is where it
he's going to
ends.
go invulnerable halfway through the fight. So instead of being fancy, just grab two-handed objects, hit him twice, wait for the invuln, use heat. That's it. Simple as. Gonna be doing that a lot in here. That's pretty much every mini-boss strat.
That's the guy.
Pretty close enough for one. Beautiful. You actually want to go to Agent Star for the next fight. And then do an EX against this guy. Beautiful. Hey, menu casually. My menuing is probably my worst skill in any of these runs, honestly. LAD definitely, like, taught me the importance of, like, good menuing. Pick any weapon, doesn't matter which. If he EXs, respect the EX. I actually managed to get away with that. Kick furniture to get your heat back. I don't know why that didn't actually get me back any there. Hopefully it's quick enough that it saves you going into the menu.
What's this?
This doesn't look like this should hit, but it will hit everybody here.
Here we go.
As long as you don't run forward straight away, you also don't get hit by the cigarette. Whereas if you guard, you do. Which is weird. Again, this guy's seen K2 speedruns. Look at the size of that crowbar. He knows.
Back your fucking brains out.
Know the drill. Time to go in, Vaughn. Always get lost on this side for some reason. Before you go through the door, grab the umbrella stand, because there's no good weapon on the other side of this door. Very strong gears in this game? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Nice job coming all this way. But this is as far as you go. Lights out, bitch.
Thanks. 1, 2.
Come on, keep coming.
Know the drill. Do I have enough spare heat items? I don't think I do. So what we'll do is throw a cigarette there. That's where it is. Run to where it is. Guard so it doesn't hit us like to the floor over the wall. And then we can just carry on. We have full heat for the next boss. Which is good. I'm going to grab this for safety because I have used up one more healing item than... One more heat item than I would like at this point. But no menu pre-Cyrano is nice. Okay. This set piece went, like, kind of half well, half bad. I definitely cut out 1 or 2 pauses, which was good. But some of the fights are a little slow. Although this fight was slow in my My PB. Hey, Mad Cat, nobody. Hope you're doing well. Okay. So want to do a specific set of things here in this fight. So obviously immediately we're going to use cigarette. Hopefully all the ads die here because one of the ads survived in both my last 2 runs. So for a cigarette.
Lights out.
Perfect. Good. Over 1 bar of EX is perfect, so we're all good. Good fight. So we don't mess up this next bit. Which I could do. Definitely could do. Then I don't think Kiryu could have used the agent style at all if it was like, you know, K1 time period. This is a tight window to be able to get off your EX, but with just enough time. Always respect Cyrano's EX. Just respect all EXs in this game. You have to. Some are a lot more scary than others. Also, we didn't touch upon it much during the podcast. I'm actually super excited for K1 on Switch. It comes out the same day as, obviously, the TV show. Yeah, I'll be covering it. Like, yeah, I'll be covering it. I don't know if we're gonna speedrun it day 1 or if we're gonna do a full, you know, casual playthrough with speedrun strats. I expect all the speedrun strats to work because there's been... Every single version of, like, 0 and K1 have worked speedrun strat-wise, like, after the fact they've come out. And I expect this to be a port of either, like, the PS3/PS4/PC version. So, I don't expect there to be any differences. If RGG actually patched that as speed tech, I will actually be a little bit insulted, to be honest. Why are you gonna do that for, you know, a game that is that old on one singular platform? If Max Crush is patched, I'm gonna be upset. Like, genuinely. And Max Crush has been ceremoniously removed from the game. Or they make it so you don't have that one EXP bar when you get into Chapter 2. So, without bounds, I'll try. I'll try. It's a shame it never, like, led anywhere. That's a good fight one. It's a shame it never led anywhere, to be honest, because it would have been really cool to be able to utilize something like that and have, like, an 80% glitched, like, category on the board. Get the jet boots, which we're not going to be using for a while. Rogi.
Today's your lucky day.
Bloody ring.
Free
shit. Over the Fundoshi. Actually, I should be waiting. Yeah, I should be very much waiting on that menu. Well, it is PS3 version. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. I'm fairly certain, like, if they use some of the lower settings from the PC version, it'd be more optimized than the PS3 version. I think?
Iron Mouse is sippy.
Iron Mouse is sippy, yes. Sippy. No! Thank you for the 84 months, I appreciate it. That's a... Jesus Christ, that's a long time. How many years is that? 8? Say 8 years. I'm fairly confident that's 8 years. Fairly confident that's 8 years. I can count. We all saw from the Deadly Premonition speedrun. I can absolutely count to 5. But don't quit out of this menu early, otherwise the game hard crashes. Oops. I forgot I didn't have the menu though. I'm gonna get some of those extra Tyrannus here just in case. Like, I think my heat is a little on the low side. We definitely want to buy the Tyrannus Pluses. The Tyrannus Pluses you absolutely want to buy. The nice thing is this is just a shortcut to the Coliseum. But I hope you're doing well, Nao. Nao's gonna have some very choice words when we do the speedrun tier list later on. I think Nao is only one of, like, 4 people that have seen every game on the list. That's how you do Hammerhead. He's busy. Now you can understand. Shout the person again in the Devalian podcast who said you can't juggle in Gaiden. Hmm? Sure!
You're the best.
Oh.
Sure. Sure. Definitely can't juggle in Gaiden, y'all. Absolutely not. Alright, it's the big team battle stuff. The nice thing is I've got all my heat as well for the next few fights, so this is pretty good. We're looking pretty good in terms of like how this run is going at the moment. Days, Hotline Miami 2 and Titanfall. I mean, they're gonna be... I'm gonna try and do it in order of when I did the runs, so they're on the list.
Oh.
Okay. Alright, so we've got to do... To get to gold rank for the Coliseum, we have to do 3 silver ranked matches, which, funnily enough, the first tutorial actually counts as a silver match. So that's pretty good. We're going to do the other 2 while we're obviously here. It's a bit late on my part. That's a good first cigarette, actually. Everyone's like really neatly together here. This should be pretty good. To my ally, who decided to knock me over. I do have to get my heat back before we go in this menu. On heat, at least level 1 for next fight. Not too bad. Pretty quick, at least. Those were 2 very good grenades. 2 very, very good cigarette bombs. Very happy with that. Nicely, it brings you out your menu anyway. We're just going to tower it twice, because I'd like to keep my stronger stuff for later. As said, we need to do those silver matches, so Hell Rumble, speed, because would you believe speed is fast? Fucking shock, I know. That sucks. I say that quick step strike because it also adds fear to the enemy, so you can actually just keep punching them, which is good. PC problems, Jesus. Oh man, I'm so glad we're not in those days anymore. That's going to be a story to tell when we do the actual tier list. Holy shit. Will that affect my actual thoughts on Titanfall 2 speedrun? No, it won't. The 2 enemies have just decided to not actually aggro. Break the guard. I was expecting that guy to actually die to that. Gaiden and hitting enemies on the floor. Jeez. This is Cheetah. Aiming the Prime Gaming for the 26 months. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. Well. Right, so that's it. So we've done 3 silver matches, which means the next time we get the Akame Network to level 10, we'll have gold rank. Simple as that. You really don't have to do that much, which is nice. If you have somehow used up all of your heat items, you can buy some more here, but you should not have used them all up at this point. I should still have at least 1 bar of heat for the next fight, which is good. And it should be Daidoji? Yes, Daidoji. My time actually at the minute is not bad at all. Holy shit. Might actually be saving time here, despite how bad this chapter was. Still a rough final fight of this chapter, but we'll see. Back to Mizurogis. There's no fight spawn. There's no fight spawn. I should not be using this taxi on the PS5 version in case, yeah, there's a bad fight spawn like that. Like, if I get a fight spawn like that, that is bad. I can't deal with it. If this is PC, we can use save loading, but save loading isn't in the options menu for the PS5 version. Actually. I don't think it is. I need to check. I haven't checked. I need to check. But yeah, if you've been around long enough to have heard me, like, speak about, you know, my favorite speedruns, you can probably quite easily guess where Titanfall 2 is going on the tier list tonight. And then this gets us enough points for the Akame Network to get max heat gauge. Good before the next fight. Spawn, but it gets despawned with this cutscene anyway, so that's not too bad. Judgment, that would have been 5 fight spawns right there. Next Judgment. Love you to bits, but also don't. Nice load. Yeah, I might save a minute if we're actually quick in this fight.
Why must you always do this?
It's a great question, Hannah.
for this. Time. Mind if I... Here we go.
Bad. Ishimura's gonna shoot me, so I'm just gonna do this. I just need a item to use a heat action. Ow? Cancel his EX again. I don't know how I did that. Your baton is on the ground. That's a good fight. That's a really good fight. Holy shit. Alright. GG. Alright, GG. Good chapter. Like, that's saving me a minute. Cool. Damn, that's wild. Yeah, that's a minute time save. That's wild. It's actually really fucking wild. I'm stunned about that. I didn't play that well. I'm really, really surprised. Run could still capitulate. It is Gaiden, after all. Had a pretty good final chapter in my PB, so... Danger display? Are you actually gonna grab danger display? Because... yeah, that's... man. Like, with how long that run is, I kind of feel like danger display is necessary. Like, but it's so wild because it is an investment. Like, it is an actual, like, investment. At least money-wise, it's not that much of a problem. Like, and at least it doesn't cost that much SP-wise. If it costed, like, you know, 10k SP on top of, like, the money cost, it would not be worth it. But, like, yeah, no, like... oh, wait.
Doryu, good work today.
Reach seconds. We need, Homeless Yamanaka. I do need Seeking Advice, idiot. I was like, do I do this one? Yeah, I do.
Doryu. So, what'll it be?
So we're grabbing a bunch of sub-stories. These are going to get us to the next rank.
Doryu. So, what'll it be?
Convenience store clerk.
Doryu.
And finally,
So,
this is where the run can go to die. Golden Samurai. So there is every chance that I will lose the run right here. So we're looking out on our minimap every time we taxi for a purple arrow. If we see that purple arrow, we have to go for it immediately. Not here for once. Ooh, okay, it's gonna be interesting.
Ready for this? How about this?
Very interesting. And a games room in the HQ. Yep, right next to the torture room. You can play Sega Master System games while you listening to the sounds of someone getting tortured to death. Fun times. I think I can get boost attack 1 without the samurai. Just pray that we see a purple arrow, because if we don't see that purple arrow, we are actually genuinely in big trouble in this run. This is where we kind of need it. Boost attack 1. Smartphone. Stabber. Purple arrow. Nope, I'm not seeing it. Yikes.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh no.
Here we go.
I'm out of this fight. I'll be looking again.
Yeah.
Be in the corner, please be in the corner. Usually good to me here. He's in the corner. Beautiful. Okay, we're good. So his spawn is random. He has a relatively high chance to spawn, but yeah, his spawn is random. Reacts, beautiful. Good double. Good double.
Have a little
Alright,
rest.
Chef Kucho. Do the shot DDT sub-story. Okay, good. Good. I was very worried. As said, there's the fight spawn that's outside of episode. That's why we had to do the episode stuff in the previous chapter. None of these options matter, just pick whichever. I don't think you should wind up, like, short on anything. I think it should be fine. And you're also going there for getting the painting anyway. Like, It's one of those things where it's like, it's kind of a pain in the ass, but it's like, you gotta go there anyway. Fight spawn, please. Very close on my mini-map. Good shit. Alright, this is going well. It's going really well.
Here we go.
Oops.
The gloves are on. Yeah, let's...
One in the first place. Okay. Not the best fight. Still fine. Next fight's super easy. Next fight is like really, really easy. Menuing starting to get there as well. But hey, and this is our last sub-story. If we were doing all sub-stories at this point, we would be ideally hoping, if we hadn't already got it, for the golden ball and a boat to go by at this point. We don't have many chances to get it, which is a pain in the ass. This guy's super easy. Literally just quick step strike twice. GG. That is rank 10, but I haven't done, you know, something stupid. And there's the boat. I would have been able to get the golden ball. Actually, would I? It might be going by, actually. Yeah, I'd have been able to get it. Yep. GG. Stream heat Kami ×2. Wait, reports are Kami first. Need the money. Need the money first. The money first. There we go. Now we're gold. Now story carries on. Cool. And the extracts, yeah, I think that's a good idea. Those extracts, did you figure out which one I was talking about in terms of like the one that's really good against Amon?
A little question won't kill you, right?
I can always load up my save if you're like unaware of which one it is, but it's the one that has like the double circle and then a final circle one. It's like 1.8 million or something like that. It's really good. It just decimates a HP bar of like Amon's every single time. It's really fucking good. Make sure that's on obviously a shortcut for the Amon fight and just demolish. So extreme heat and max heat gauge and ultimate essence. Max heat gauge. You. Ultimate essence, which is here. GG, that's all of our upgrades. You. VIP lounge. It's me, the VIP. Hey, hello, nurse. Could have been better. Could have been much better. Unfortunately, I wasn't as productive as I would have liked to have been, and also, I still have the broken monitor over there, which is still flickering at me.
Let's go.
Oh shit, I have no heat.
This is mind if I... Here we go. Time to...
Ah, fuck you. Expect EXs. Gemavod, fair. It might not be in the PB that's on SRC. It might not be in the PB that's in SRC. I'll check for you later. I think I didn't start noticing it until the second one, which... I don't know how the fuck that run capitulated in the last 30 minutes. So I was 30 minutes ahead and then lost it all before Amon.
Smoking power down a bit.
That'd be so nice. One quick way to do that, but then... if you're wondering, you can't use the jet shoes in between each of these fights because they're not one consecutive, like, set piece. Like, it's stopping between every fight, which is what really sucks about this set piece. If we do this correctly, this should... Love the jet boots. Love the jet boots. They're so dumb. Really good. Now, Infinite Wealth Ass hasn't been routed. For anyone who's coming in late, by the way, there is Infinite Wealth speedrun news. Infinite Wealth's real-time record on speedrun now is 5:49, which, if you've been paying attention at home, Yakuza 5 is a 5:51, which means that Infinite Wealth is now shorter real-time, not just loadless, real-time than Yakuza 5. Yakuza 5 is, once again, the longest Yakuza speedrun. Natural order has been restored. Yakuza 5, the Giga Chat. Yakuza 5, the fucking speedrun that never ends. Which, that's not going to affect my ranking when we do the tier list later for thingy. I will say ahead of time, especially considering we're talking about Infinite Wealth, some runs on that tier list are going to seem very harsh. And that might be because I've only done them literally once or twice, looking at you, Infinite Wealth. Please walk over. I get a double here. Thank you, boys. So, there's gonna be one or two placements that are gonna make you, like, go, wait, why is that so low? I'll explain, you'll understand. And there's probably some that you can probably tell ahead of time are gonna be pretty low down. I didn't get the walk off. Yeah. If you hit guard or lock on before you get to the edge there, you actually just walk off instead of like fall down like that. Paradise in hell, you could say something along those lines.
Lights out.
You're seriously EXing? On a Tuesday night at home alone? Wow. Sad. Speaking of sad and home alone, anybody see MiHoYo's newest trailer for Jane Doe? Jesus fucking Christ. Headphones recommended is the new volume warning. No. MiHoYo horny. MiHoYo horny. That's all I'll say. ASMR? You could say that. Jesus Christ.
He's... Yeah, let's time it.
Right, tiny bit.
Smoking, here we go.
Really? Wow. Okay, I've had like one enemy survive this for every so often, but 3? That's fucking wild. That's messed up. Something around that line. That's fair. That's fair. Oh no, yep. Yep, abso-fucking-lutely. Let's try to see headphones recommended on it. Yep. For good reason. Oh, Jane Doe. They're going the absolute horny angle with Jane Doe for reasons. They saw what they did with Kafka in Honkai Star Rail, and were like, yeah, no, we need to replicate this. I need to get my heat back there. You're EXing? Tuesday night? Damn. Man. I'm gonna lose time because of these EXs. This sucks. This actually really sucks. Oh. Flashbang! Flashing light warning anytime this motherfucker's on screen. Should have enough heat because obviously the EX mode. Anyway, that's Nishtani round 1. Told you. This is why we're always wondering what the fuck those numbers mean, because that's enough damage to just get into phase 2. Phase 2, please. Thank you. Yeah, anytime Nishtani goes into phase 2, there's always a flashbang. If you have issues with tinnitus as well, that's a big warning coming up here. Shut the phone. Man. That's not a nice email. Anyway, flashing light warning. Okay, I might have actually just cancelled it out. It might happen after it, so just be careful. Here comes the time loss right now. Nice. Wait, no time loss? Yo, shut the fuck up. How am I saving time? That was a really bad set piece. The rest of the chapter was you bet there. Really good. Never mind. Lost 5 seconds not skipping that cutscene. All right, that's surprising. Bake to Akame. To Akame, dumbass. Jesus Christ! Do not forget to speak to Akame. Holy shit! Always forget to speak to Akame at the start of the chapter. Yeah, God, despite all the EXs in that split, that's wild. This is a run right now. This is a very good run right now. Actually, absurdly good run right now. What I'm saying is, Gaiden, if you give me a PB right now, I will put you up a tier on the tier list. That's all I'm saying. I'm into bribes. It's fine. That's actually a good one. Yeah, this is an area trigger anyway. Down to the park that I was trying to go to before. Ashtabba Park. I'm so glad they brought back Ashtabba Park, and it's so weird, because, like, RGG were like, you know, hey, Gaiden's a budget game, it's gonna be, you know, cheaper, etc., and, like, I don't think any of us were expecting them to, like, work on, like, you know, the actual map itself. There was no reason to bring this park back, but I'm glad they did. Like, it's just literally one of those things of just, like, in a budget game, why are you remaking parts of the city that haven't existed for, what the fuck? Haven't existed for, like, a good couple of fucking years? Like, there is no version of Sotenbori in the Dragon engine that has this park outside of Gaiden. In the older engine, yes, but in Dragon, no. Like, I'm so happy, because, like, this little park has a whole bunch of personality. I love it. I love it to bits, but there's a reason. I mean, yeah, they could bring Sotenbori back again in the future. Like, would not be against it. How the monitors? Don't fucking ask. The migraine-inducing monitor is, I'm staring at it. And the new monitor is, bad. I'm gonna have to get that, refunded. Which is why Thursday is no stream. I gotta go deal with that. Asus have not gotten back to me about replacing this monitor again. So I'm gonna have to somehow chase them up on that. To say this is annoying is an understatement. I'm probably just gonna have to buy an expensive monitor. Well, thankfully, you all were very generous for my birthday streams before I went for my break that was, you know, cost me money because this was my job, and taking a week off, you know, from your job cost you money. Funny that. So, I'm a little stressed, as you can probably guess. Which, again, YouTube chat or Red chat, ignore me for a second. Twitch chat in September, if you haven't seen.
Bring it, asswipe. You ain't got shit. Try it, and you're dead.
I think gifted subs, like, gifted subs, you should wait on gifted subs, because I can't remember the exact details of, September, but I think the gifted subs, nice cigarette, the guy who was, like, directly in front of me would have dodged that if he hadn't, like, gone to the left there. I think gifted subs are gonna go on extra offer, like, towards the end of this month, if I remember rightly. I might be wrong with that. Yeah, my warranty for this Asus monitor, like, it still lasts for another, like, year and a half. And yet they've gone so fucking quiet after they said, hey, go email this email. Which I have now done twice. I am now attempting to escalate because of the fact that they have not responded to me in 2 weeks. And, you know, as I've said to them, hey, I need this for my job. So if you could, you know, get on that, that'd be great. Thanks. If minimum 5 subs, Twitch gives extra only on the last week. Fair enough. Whereas normal subs are just 25% off. Which is good because, like, the last couple of years for Twitch with, like, their Septembers, there've been some weird-ass fucking rules, and it's been, like, really, like hard to pass and understand even for, like, streamers. But just, you know, straight up, 25% off. Easy, I can understand that. I can't count to 5 in Deadly Premonition, but I can understand 25% off. That's a quarter. I cannot fucking believe that. For those who are late, if you're wondering what happened with the Deadly Premonition run, which was the last stream we did before my break, you're supposed to count to 5 during the out of bounds section. I counted to 3. Like, I actually out loud counted to 5, but it was more like 3 to 4 seconds. So... yeah! Yeah! That's for bits? Okay, so it's bits first and then gift subs. It's 30% if you pay 6 months in advance. Which, yeah, if you want to sub to any channel for, like, a good period of time, like, remember, obviously, they upped the sub price recently. I'd recommend, like, subbing, like, multiple months in advance now. Now is a very good time to do that. That is a very bad spread. Oh, hey. No joggle. They did not do a good job of dealing with ads in this fight once. Usually they're a lot more aggressive than that, but they did not do much there at all. That sucks. Once again, we skip every mini game.
Looks like I'm up.
Free chat. Those include karaoke. Is what it is.
Right behind you.
It is what it is. It's a shame because billiards is back, and yeah, we skip billiards in any percent as well. We do billiards as one of the first things we do in all sub stories. Which, saying that, I do need to do all sub stories on PS5 at some point, so we might do that next week. YouTube chat, if you've not seen Gaiden all sub stories, it's only 3 hours long. I'm not even kidding, it's only 3 hours long. And literally, like, almost half of that is just the castle. Like Gaiden all sub stories is fucking fast. Like, Gaiden all sub stories is easily the fastest all sub stories we got. It's hyper fast. It's good fun. Like, I like it a lot. We get a good couple of, like, you know, mini games out. When we do Gaiden Platinum %, we will also be doing Dragon Kart. I had a little bit of a mini route in terms of the Platinum % stuff. There's a lot. There's actually a lot more than I originally expected for Platinum %. It's gonna be quite extensive. Bloody Pocket Circuit is the big one. But there's a good couple of other things in the completion list that are also going to take a while. I got to get, like, a whole bunch of, like, costume bits. I got to get a whole bunch of different, like, gear pieces and stuff. Like, got to get a bunch of upgrades, which we should be okay with because we end all sub stories with a bunch of extra money. So we should be okay with that.
What's this? Smokey, here we go.
Good cigarette.
Ready for this? Time.
I didn't kill. Good fight. Even though that didn't kill, that was still good chaining together. Good fight. Cool. And I should still have a good chunk of heat left over for the next fight, which is at the castle. One before Brody Quest. I can't play because that'll DMCA my ass on both Twitch and YouTube. Valorant is a tier sponsor for September. Yeah, it's like you can't get away from the fucking banners that are all over Twitch. Oh, playing Valorant.
Yeah. What's this?
In my break, I got too addicted to Deadlock.
How about this?
Pretty fucking bad. I was tempted to come back with a Deadlock stream today, I'm not even kidding. How did that not kill you? Okay. That sucks.
Group high good luck on rats.
Oh, come on. Okay, I built it back up, thank God. Float, thank you for the till on 41 months, appreciate it. Bad fight. Bad fight. Bad fight. Oh. Never mind. Yeah, Float, thank you very much for the 41 months, I appreciate it. Okay. We good? I think we're good. This is Brody Quest. I think it's quicker to go this way and then teleport to the helipad if I remember rightly. I think. Actually, do I have enough heat for Brody considering it's 2 phases? I don't. So, heal up now. No showtime. Stop that. Actually, this might work out a little better considering he's droning early. He might just go straight into his second phase. Should have done one more heal because I'm going to need anything after. Yeah, no, that's actually worked out quite well. Oh. Neat. Not bad. Hey, Virtual Event. Hope you're doing well. Alright. Cool. Bad. Bad at all. And then this should be... Kame, rest, and set piece. Go off center first. Yeah, I was fiddling around a little bit with some of the runs we're gonna learn. Obviously coming up in the next couple of weeks. As said. I wanted to do like 6 Pixel Remaster as well as Sleeping Dogs, but I could only fit in one 4-hour run. And Sleeping Dogs has had its own various issues considering, oh, jet boots? That sucks. Considering that I have had issues not being on the Definitive Edition, yeah. Should do. So, yeah, we'll see. Oh, yeah, as Naya says, chat. Sleeping Dogs has unskippable karaoke. It has 2 rounds of karaoke. You can't skip either of them. You can fail one of them, you can't fail the other one. If I fail the first one, you get the funniest fucking game over, like, message ever. Literally, if you fail it, like, you're trying to get into this VIP area, and the game literally says, your karaoke was so bad, you have been banned from the VIP area. Which, fun fact, the karaoke is also a massive DMCA. It's I Fought the Law by The Clash.
Good evening, Ruben chat. Hope everyone is well.
Seconds. This fight's not going well. Okay, so 1 bar. Good. Whew. Flames, 9-8. Thank you for the 2 on 43 months. I appreciate it. Yep. So, yeah, it's unskippable karaoke and it DMCAs me. So, you know. Fun. That was not a start skip, my dude. So that's going to be good fun. The radio stations themselves are going to DMCA me. Like, there's so much licensed music in that game. Way more than I remember there being, so. Everybody in one hit. Very rarely, Shishito can actually punch your cigarette away. Oh, that's so bad. Shishito, no! But I've got this under control, I promise. Ugh, that was bad.
You boys got any idea where the fuck you are?
Because of challenge lives. Sleeping Dogs has a bunch of that. It's so cool. Like, it's just like a bunch of just like, oh, hey, by the way, you are, you have failed the mission because of, you know, a stupid reason. Like, you know, hey, you didn't scare the person enough that you were supposed to scare earlier or something like that. This hit door. It's gonna be fast here. There's also a trick on... There's a couple of tricks that only work on Definitive Edition, and I only have OG, which kind of sucks. Shit, Shido! My boy!
How about this? Ready for this?
Holy shit, he actually helped for once. Instead of, like, knocking me to the ground. Yes, you can hit doors from far away in this game. Don't ask. It's a bit dumb. I'm not upset though, of course. No, that's turn up plus. That's a little concerning.
Enjoy. Here we go.
Management has been a bit shit. Should have got with him first.
Yeah, let's go. There.
See, I'm like no one in the door. Shishito, please don't hit my cigarette again. Love you, Blue. I guess damn as well, but that's whatever. Please hit the door. Joy you.
Where? Enjoy. How about this?
Okay, just in case.
Ready for this? Time.
Help with Nishtani a little bit. Thanks. Shishido. Oh my god. It's a very bad set piece. Good movement with the jet boots, but the rest of the set piece has been pretty terrible. Alright, so there's the drill.
Scream good. You hear me?
Yeah, I'm not finishing this fight in 30 seconds. This is a time loss in the making. Anyway, you know the drill. Flashlight warning for this fight. Angelo, you have 5 months.
5-month flashbang warning.
Hell yeah. There it is. There's the 5-month flashbang. Time loss incoming in 5 seconds. Decent fight. Shame the rest of the chapter wasn't good. Nice flashbang emote now. There's that time loss. I'm not going to lose too much. Probably like 10, 15 seconds, which isn't the worst. Could be better, obviously. 12. Okay. See how the finale goes. Finale can definitely go a little better than my PB, but it was a good finale in my PB, so... Hey. Let's see. We're definitely en route to PB at least, so that's good. I just need to do good heat management going into Shishido. I'm gonna rank these goddamn speed runs. I'm glad we're doing a shorter stream today as a comeback stream, because like I already feel my throat is like closing up a bit. I'll also chat during my break. I picked something else up as well. Sekiro. Played Sekiro for the first time in 5 years to start to get back into it for the potential speedrun we do. It's not going well. Sekiro is, I really believe Sekiro is kind of like the biggest gap in terms of like going from a fresh playthrough to your second playthrough in terms of skill. Like, when you do a second playthrough of Sekiro, like, or, you know, you've like played a bunch of Sekiro, you are much, much better at Sekiro. Like, it's one of those things where the skill gap feels like a lot more evident than, say, you know, a Souls game or an Elden Ring. That's not to say there isn't, like, you know, a skill gap between a fresh playthrough and, like, a New Game Plus for any of the Souls games as well. But at that point, you kind of know, you know, hey, these weapons are good, I can use these strategies. But with Sekiro, it's pure skill, baby. Really pure skill. I'm enjoying going back to it. I'm just not playing well. It's too late to change to Dark Souls 3. Cyrano, fastest option is to tell you to go fuck yourself. Love you do. Okay. Finale. Here we go. So we got good speed tech in this finale. Starting with this first fight. This first fight is going to start with both Shishido and Nishtani. You only need to get one of them down by 1 HP bar. So we're going to do it to Shishido. If Nishtani has his hands free, he should throw the flashbang immediately. Which is why we just do the ultimate essence here, because that should start the next phase. Doesn't matter if I get stunned here, it's fine. It's not ideal, but... I didn't grab it. Okay. I can either go for the one above, or I can go for this one. You want to be in EX before you grab the weapon, so that Nishtani doesn't interrupt you during these hits. Let's go this one. There's a little bit of a delay before you can use circle anyway, so... I lose like a second or two to having to run forward and grab that, but it's fine. Being flashbanged was the not smart play. Ah, he's dodging. You don't have to take care of the ads, just take care of Nishtani. Dodging. Nope. One more. One more. Hey, out of heat. That sucks. This is bad. Need to check to see whether or not I have enough heat healing items. I should have my nourishment from earlier. If I have my nourishment from earlier, we'll be good. Yeah, we do. I have all three? Okay, yeah, no, we're good.
Let's go.
Should be doing the full combo onto Shishido. I have to build my heat up a little bit again. It's gonna be on the ground a little too long, I think. Buddy. Beautiful. Never mind. GG. Downside, no heat for next fight. To go into my menu and get my heat back. I do have full health, didn't I? Fuck off, Sakma. Just do it here. Devil. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Montano, maybe the tier 1 for 31 months, I appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Okay. Not the best fight. Not the best fight whatsoever. Okay. Now we get the really cool remix of the Omi theme. Fuck, I love this remix so much. It's so fucking good. At this point, now I can chain my heat together.
Let's go. Time. Here we go.
3. Ideal. Ideally, you have 2 here. Oh, 9 EX. Oh, awesome. That's a Surano for actually trying to help. Looking at you, Daigo.
More enemies are coming in from over there. Seems like there's no end to them.
Thanks, Daigo.
I'll give him a taste of my fists.
Thanks very much, Daigo Dojo.
Sorry, no one gets past here. And if you want to try, you'll have to get through me first. Smoking kills.
Sorry, trying to not do the thing. It's actually a really, really good cigarette.
Mind if I about this?
People left. And what we said earlier, respect EXs. You fucking didn't respect that EX, did I? God, his was fast. It's bad. You crumple on the ground for so long if you do that. Thanks. So I want to take care of the other guy because I knew he would either fear or just anger. Yeah. Okay. This fight can go better than my PB, that's for sure. Okay. Here we go. Good spread of enemies, honestly. I was actually tempted to use a second cigarette, and I think I probably should do, honestly. This direction. Someone's EX and I don't know who. It's not on me, at least. Someone just shot me as I was jetting forward. How dare you? EX, please. That didn't feel good. The second cigarette was absolutely the right play. Didn't feel good, though. I think we're losing time in the chapter. Oh. Never mind. Never mind. Should still be PBing, at least. Provided I don't do something stupid like get hit by this guy's counter. I've done that before. Shouts to dying in this fight. It's actually very easy to die in this fight. Remember, we have minus 3,000 defense.
Here we go.
Don't ask me what that means. I couldn't tell you. There's that count. Stop that. Could not tell you what minus 3,000 defense means. Okay, we should have enough for the next phase, which is good.
Come here.
Gaiden logic, yeah! Pretty much. Buddy, let's wrap this up. I got a tier list to put you on. Actually, I haven't done the Yakuza boss tier list since LAD. We've got a couple of games now. Got the Lad Ishin variants of the OG Ishin bosses. Okay, I'm gonna heat heal here, considering we do a little bit of damage to Shishido. 2 Towers down on XX. Spark will be for the end. Okay, we should be good now. Oh yeah, no, the heat move is very OP. We're also like massively overpowered at this point, but yeah, the heat move is massively OP. I think we're definitely losing time in this finale by the looks of things. GG. Oh. Still PBing. Still having a good PB. Oh. Man, this is looking good. I think this was world record pace coming out of Chapter 3, which is wild.
You stubborn little shit.
Yes, I am. Oh, I just broke that with the FPS. Fucking hell. And Spark. Good job. Okay, GG. Oh.
You little piece of shit.
Good run despite finale tunnels. Big finale tunnels as well. Well. GG. This might be sub-rebel. We'll see. Yeah, very good run still. I still haven't got all the optimizations from the early game yet either, which is kind of wild. So I still have a lot of time save left. Oh yeah, this entire sequence is so stupidly RGG and it's great. It's perfect.
Here we go.
A little bit more damage. Yep, that's just off the world record by a couple seconds. That's sub-rebel though, get fucked, rebel. Better practice your ass, UKSG, buddy. Told you I was coming for you. GG. World record is a 128.41, so that's how close that was. 13 seconds. I actually golded the finale by 1.6 seconds, which I'm kind of surprised about. That finale was bad. GG. Fuck you, Chapter 4, you cost me world record. GG. Better practice, rebel. I'm coming for you, Reyes. Good run. Very good run. That's second on the board for the console. Not bad. Not bad at all. Ugh. Not bad for a D-Rust. For a not streaming or playing any Yakuza game for almost a week and a half. But this was the last game we played before my break, actually, so I guess that makes sense we went into that.
The fuck are you assholes looking at?
You dumbass.
The Omi Alliance
Yeah, GG.
as
Very
of
GG. I still, like, as I said, I have to get, like, a lot of the
Fire,
early game
kicking and
optimizations in place, because I still
You couldn't
haven't
stop
got
the
them,
boss
but...
or the Tojo
Good run. Fun run. You'll see where this goes in the tier list in a little bit. I'm gonna have to set up the tier list stuff.
You put up a good fight.
PC should I do it on?
I'll give you
I
that.
do it on this one. I've got to reset up the capture card. Fuck that. We're doing it on this
Time to
PC.
go. Nothing more for us.
I'm gonna
here.
use the bathroom real quick. The tier list is probably gonna take like an hour or two, by the way. So let me go get a fresh drink because I'm out of water right now. And then we will tier list every speedrun I've ever done, which includes this one. I'll try and go in order of when I did them. So from the very beginning, which is Grief Syndrome, all the way up until obviously the most recent speedrun I've done, which is...
I think you'll fit. Might be a little tight, though.
It's Mullet P5 Royal or Infinite Wealth? It's not Infinite Wealth, it's Mullet Mad Jack.
Well, got some
No, it's
guts,
not, it's Persona
don't you?
5.
Trying to pull a fast one.
It's Persona 5. Persona 5 is the last one on the list. Sick. Alright, give me like 2-3 minutes, I'll be back in a second. Enjoy the ending.
Right here, be done with it. But you'll make a fine agent, so you can keep your life. You're gonna be on a damn short leash till the day you die. But don't worry. Nishitani will be there too, so you won't be lonely.
No.
Already tired of meditating. That's a rare sight.
I just couldn't free myself from worldly desires. When I told him, he gave me this.
The road to enlightenment is long and arduous. We all need to take a break once in a while.
I'm not certain anyone will reach enlightenment from here.
How uncharitable.
You have more work for me?
No. You need some time to cool off. You've barely had enough time to catch your breath after all you've done in Osaka and Yokohama.
Yeah, guess so.
So the legendary dragon's chosen Ichiban Kasuga as his successor. Now that I think of it, there is a resemblance. Going to jail for the crimes of others. No, wait.
Actually,
Isn't that
whilst
what
I'm
Yakuza do
standing
all the
up,
time?
I can show you how
I don't
bad...
think of it as some grand
How
statement
bad
about
the
a
lymphedema
successor.
leak been today. How the fuck am I gonna
But
do this? The man's
after
trying
the
to juggle on his
dissolution,
chair when he fucking can't do that. Hey,
I just wanted to
let
help with
me
the burden he had to carry.
grab the webcam.
However I
Is
could.
there a... That should be good enough for a light
Before
source.
you encourage
Content
him,
warning
he was
for,
just
you know,
some thug fresh out
blood,
of jail.
fucking wounds, shit like that.
And that
This
thug
is
went on
what's
to stop
happened with my
Ryo
leg.
Aoki from going
You
mad
can
with
see
power.
not very well. You see,
The Daidoji
obviously that one,
couldn't overlook Aoki
this one
going
here,
rogue like
and
that.
then there's a bigger one here.
Without your help,
That's where the
there's no
lymph
way
nodes
Kasuga could have
have
done so
exploded
much.
on my leg in
Don't
the
you
past
think?
24 hours. So, yeah. That's the stuff that can get
didn't give the
sepsis.
kid
That's the stuff that
superpowers.
can actually be, like,
He was already
damaging
strong
to my
enough.
health. So,
We just
that's
ran into
one of
each
the other
other.
reasons why,
That's
you know,
all.
I'm a little stressed at the minute, because my fucking legs are breaking
What are you
again.
getting at?
Would have
Stop
guessed.
beating around the bush.
It's pretty bad,
You
as I
came
said.
here because you needed me for something, right?
It's pretty bad. Usually, it only happens like once a month.
The Daidoji
Having
are
3 in
offering
24
you a
hours
reward
is
for your
very
services.
bad. Very, very bad.
It's
So,
been said before.
yeah.
But
Hopefully
your work
now
has
you
proven
can
very
understand
After all,
why
it got
things
us
are
50 billion
a
yen
bit
in
rough.
assets.
Tier
And
maker.
on a personal note, it also
Let's go make a tier maker, shall we?
that
Make a
debt unpaid
template.
doesn't sit right.
Make
So
my
first
own.
of all,
Single use,
I'd
because
like
only
to
for
show
me.
you this.
Wow. Okay, pictures, tier list covers. This is why I set everything up ahead of time. Alright, there are 46 games here.
You haven't seen this before, have you? It's your grave in Okinawa. Our hidden
Yep,
cameras
that should be everything. I'm gonna try and do these in
ones that we used to monitor the orphanage kids.
Ideally in the order that I did them in, or blocks.
Was
like, definitely one of the two. I'm gonna get out of this cutscene before we start crying again. Because I'm gonna fucking start crying again. GG on that PB, though. Very GG on that PB. That was a very good PB. Save those splits, and we're gonna need some music, actually. That's a good point. Shouts down Micro 5. Yeah, let me dump the PS5 so there's no background from the PS5 for now. Just the DMC5. Alright, so let's I need some music. Hold the fuck up. Did I bring over to this PC some music folder? I did. Out of shit. Some jazz ass Bakamita. I think that works quite well. How do you loop in Windows 11? Repeat. That's the bastard right there. Alright, let's do this, shall we? Let's get the display capture up. Okay, so this is gonna be Tier Maker. This is gonna be, hopefully you all can see this. I mean, I can actually look on this console, can't I? On this console, on this computer. You can! Fan-fucking-tastic. Alright. So, this is gonna be a tier list. Every single speedrun I've ever done. They're not in order down here. We're gonna go in order that I can remember as well as I can, or blocks. I'm gonna talk about them a little bit, why they're in the positions they're in. There's gonna be some upsetting positions, I'm afraid. So get ready for that. See chat real quick. Can't see chat. There we go. So, yeah. This is gonna be, it's gonna be a list. Over half of it, or less than half of it, is actually Yakuza. You'd be surprised. It used to mostly be Yakuza, but over the last, like, couple of years and months, I've been adding stuff like Shadow of the Damned, Siren Blood Curse, Parasite Eve. So, yeah. So, voice break. Let's begin with the one that started it all off. The one that about 5 or 6 people have seen me do. Grief Syndrome. Oh boy. Grief Syndrome is a indie game based on the Madoka Magica anime franchise. It is by Tassafro, who have gone on to make a whole bunch of Toho games these days. So they're doing pretty well for themselves. It is a 2D platformer. The runs are between like a good 20 minutes to 30 minutes. Multiple different characters, multiple different runs. It was my actual long-time mods. This is actually like a really nice story for me. It was actually my mods, Bloody Seraph and Nayu, who originally got me into Grief Syndrome. Seraph mentioned, nobody runs Mammy, so, you know, hey, you should probably try Mammy. This was the very start of my streaming career. This was 8 years ago. 8 or was it 9 at this point? I should check real quick. It was like 8, 9 years ago. I think we're actually coming up to 8 at this point, 9 at this point, which is fucking wild. Where's Grief Syndrome? We're coming up to 8 years. That's Titanfall, dipshit. That's not Grief Syndrome. What the fuck are you doing, boy? Close to 9? It's definitely close to 9, isn't it? Where are you? Yeah. My first run that was verified on SRC, which was like a month after I started running, was from 15th of January 2016. That's how crusty this was. Back when my internet could only do 432p. Boy, those were the days. The microphone I had was a headset microphone that looked like it'd been chewed out by a dog. It was the worst fucking quality. It was absolute dog shit. But I tell you what wasn't. S-tier Grief Syndrome. S-tier motherfucking Grief Syndrome. This is my old favorite. I love this run. I've always loved this run. This run has been one of my favorite runs of all time. It's short. It's sweet. It's got good tech. Every single character has movement tech apart from one character, and the one character that doesn't have movement tech is the fastest character in the game. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. It's absolutely fantastic. Like, holy shit. I absolutely adore Groove Syndrome's run. We do a whole bunch of different categories, like either the individual characters. We came up with a canon percent where we can't get a double kill with a boss at the same time, which is a shame. So instead, what we do is we do the one out of bounds that's in the game and kill that character off afterwards so we can get to the secret boss and then fight them that way and just like play out the events like it happens in the anime. It's genuinely really good fun. Started my speedrunning career. Yeah, I don't have that much more to say about it other than I love the run. I will keep submitting it to GDQ. It's not been in GDQ for like 6 years. I really want to see it again. I really want to do it at GDQ. It would be a GDQ swan song for me if I ever got it into GDQ. I'd stop submitting GDQ at that point, I think. And so we moved on to game number 2. And this game, oh boy. Now you can attest how much I do not want to go back to this video game. It is, of course, Hotline Miami 2. Hotline Miami. Let's talk about Hotline Miami. I've never done a Hotline Miami run, but Hotline Miami is an outstanding run. Depending on where the enemies spawn, depending on their position, you can tell what they're going to do, what weapons they have, and everything. All that goes out of the window of Hotline Miami 2. Level design in Hotline Miami 2, if you played it casually, as you know, is way worse. You get shot from off screen, from half the fucking map away. It makes it so that this is a rough run. Also, these days, the DMCA is the living shit out of you, so yeah, that doesn't help. Despite that, and despite the absolute sheer lack of ever wanting to ever go back to Hotline Miami 2, in a balanced and objective view from my point of view, the B. It is a solid run. It is obviously sub-hour. It's like sub 40 minutes. It's very fast-paced. It has that dopamine hit of just keep going, carry on, do it again. It's good. It's very good. Cubsraw, thank you for the raid. I am tier listing every speedrun I've ever done, and you just came in during the Hotline Miami 2 segment. Welcome. Hotline Miami 2, I had issues with the community at the time. We had a bunch of, like, immature folks in the community at the time. Like, there was somebody who I butted heads with once who actually came up to me, like, summer 2020 GDQ. Their run was a couple of runs after mine, and they were super chill. They just said, you know, I was an ass a couple of years ago. Like, they fully apologized and, like, genuinely meant it. And, like, yeah, no, honestly, like, that was, like, a good eight years ago. Like, it was a long time. And yeah, another pro is the soundtrack is great. Carpenter brews Le Perv when you get to that prison level at the end. Chef's kiss until it mutes the VOD. Beautiful, beautiful, like, run in places, but just without that extra kind of, like, AI stuff that, like, Hotline Miami has, it's just not as good. If it was Hotline Miami 1, this would be either A or S, and I'm not joking about that. Like, genuinely. So, speedrun number 3. Speedrun number 3, and I remember this speedrun. I remember this speedrun because this is a run that I've talked about a lot. I haven't done it for a very, very long time at this point. It is a beautiful run. It is, without a shadow of a doubt, the best speedrun I've ever done, ever. It is, without a shadow of a doubt, one of the best speedruns you will ever watch. If there is any speedrun that I recommend you go and watch from the last few years of GDQ, it is, of course, Titanfall 2. Top of S tier. Titanfall 2 speedrun is the fucking GOAT. I will accept no other answers. Titanfall 2 was one of the first speedruns I ever seriously got into. When we got into Titanfall 2 speedruns, that was the era where my PC started breaking. So I would stream for about an hour and a half, which was the length of a Titanfall 2 run, and then my PC would hard crash. Like, electrical noises, hard crash, every time. So I could not practice, I could not do more than one run. Despite that, I was the third person to ever get sub 90, which is still on the board. The very, very same run. I have not beaten it since. That run currently sits, and this is how much of a big deal it still is. That run now sits at, wherever the fuck you've gone, Titanfall. 95th place. Still top 100 for being 7 years ago the third person in the world to hit sub 90. That's how big of a milestone it is. World record is a 113 now. Somebody beat it 2 weeks ago, which is fucking wild. Holy shit. Titanfall 2 speedrun is amazing. It's got the perfect amount of glitches, out of bounds, like actual tech. The movement tech is some of the best you will see in any speedrun ever, and it has the appropriate amount of downtime in the run of just like sit around and listen to a conversation for 30 seconds. Like, there is so much technicality in that run, and yet despite what I am saying, it is a run that you can pick up quite easily. It is a very good run. It is one of the best speedruns I've ever seen. It's one of the best speedruns I've ever done. I will go to bat any time for Titanfall 2. The speedrun community for Titanfall 2 is also amazing. They have put together the list, the Bible, the compendium of literally every single strat, every single trick that you need, all in one compact document. All listing either written notes or actual visual aids. It is fantastic. Titanfall 2 in terms of speedruns is the absolute platinum standard, not the gold fucking standard, the platinum standard, to the point where I am tempted to put Titanfall into SS tier. Like, Titanfall 2 is one of the best runs I've ever done. Like, without a shadow of a doubt. I will praise it hardcore for literally the rest of my life. K2 missing, shouldn't be. Jesus Christ, K2 might be missing. Did I actually miss K2? I actually missed K2. Oh my god, I missed K2. There's 47 games on this list. Hold on, please. Too busy getting OG2. Please tell me I can just add to it. I can. Good. Kill me too. Boom. There you go. Alright. It's almost as if it was there the entire time. Shh. We didn't forget K2. Shh. It's not like I didn't forget, you know, bloody Yakuza Dead Souls. Alright. So, Titanfall 2 was the beginning of the 2017 Titan era. Because it wasn't just Titanfall 2 that I ran with the name Titan in it. There was also Attack on Titan, the first AOT game. Hi. I've done AOT a couple of times for ESA. I have done AOT 2, which we'll talk about later, for GDQ. I was not wrong. There is shared hatred of trees and Aaron running into fucking trees and me running into fucking trees. So AOT is an interesting game. AOT itself, we could spend the next few hours talking about AOT's fucked up plot, how it's an allegory to Nazi Germany and all that shit, and like, yeah, no, it's... it is very... At the time when it came out, it wasn't. But nowadays it is. AOT is an interesting one. Going off of the speedrun, going off the actual speedrun itself, the game itself was based around its movement from the very beginning. AOT literally was made with movement in mind, which obviously shows in the speedrun. The speedrun is very fast-paced, despite the fact that it's like an hour and a half now. At the time, it was like 2 hours, 1 hour 50. There's been like improvements over the last couple of years. Like, even I've done some of those improvements. AOT has a good couple of bits of speed tech as well. There's a 10-minute time save in one of the missions, where if you beat a boss early, you will actually skip a 10-minute timer. If you skip that boss too early, you then softlock. So there's balance to the force. But essentially, there is a shit ton of movement tech. There's a shit ton of speed tech. AOT 1 is actually an A tier. A high A tier. Genuinely. Like, this is actually a good run. Like, it is fun. It is fun. I loved doing it for years. I did it on PS4 when my PC started breaking from Titanfall 2. Like, genuinely, I love this run. Like, it is a really good run. I could waffle on about this run for an exceedingly long time. Like, the actual tech in it is, like, fantastic. Like, really fantastic. But when we get to this period, we have the issue. I don't know if this is a bit too loud. I'm finding I'm yelling a bit. We have the issue at this point where this is the era where my PC started to break, as I said. So, because of that, I had a long-term plan where eventually I was going to do speedruns of a certain series that goes by the name of Yakuza. So with my PC breaking, I decided to buy myself a capture card. At the time, it was exceedingly expensive because I wasn't making money off Twitch at all, so it was a big gamble. And of course, with that big gamble, the very first Yakuza speedrun that I did was very, very obviously, would you believe it, Yakuza Dead Souls. Let's talk motherfucking Yakuza Dead Souls. Because this is where we start to get controversial. If I had the time to fill this list out, I would also include some of the different categories that I ran, because when I first started running Yakuza Dead Souls, it was New Game Plus. If this was New Game Plus Yakuza Dead Souls, this would be a C tier. This would be a C tier if this was New Game Plus Yakuza Dead Souls. It's fun. Like, it's nice to go around with the satellite laser, one-shot everything. Like, it's very cathartic. It's very, very, very cathartic. But it's not much more than that. Like, you basically set yourself up, you go off, and you get overpowered. This is a running theme with any New Game Plus run for any Yakuza game. Like, you'll get overpowered, you'll get that overpoweredness, and you'll just fly. Fair enough. So, if this is New Game Plus Yakuza Dead Souls, this would be a C tier. If this was all sub-stories Yakuza Dead Souls, this would be an S tier. I'm not joking about that. Yakuza Dead Souls is all sub-stories, is one of the more fun all sub-stories out there. It's about 7 hours, so in terms of all sub-stories, it's not that long. You know, 7 hours is a long run, but it's not that long. It doesn't have that much RNG because we do a lot more of the side content that gets the stuff that we actually need to progress. There's a tiny bit of RNG still, but not as much as any percent. The route is pretty much 3/4 made by me and then 1/4 improved by everybody else, like Panda, I think a little bit of Garlic Dread, a little bit of help from our Dead Souls runners, Metza, etc. And honestly, it's a solid route. And the nice thing about Yakuza Dead Souls sub-stories is that it's got good sub-stories, which is something that's important. So if this was all sub-stories Yakuza Dead Souls, this would be S tier. This is any percent we're talking about. And as I said, there's gonna be a couple of runs that are gonna upset people a fair bit. Yakuza Dead Souls is a high B, low A. It should be A, but the issue is Yakuza Dead Souls can't stop crashing. Yakuza Dead Souls crashes so often. It should be a low A now that we've implemented the crash rule into the run, because like these things do affect it, because you know you have to stop your run, carry it on. It like affects your momentum and stuff like that. It's not ideal. It is not ideal in the slightest. Like, it's one of those things that is just, yeah, like, yeah, it's, I wish it was more stable. And it also began the era of digital SSD PS3 speedrunning, so it gets a point knocked off for that. In the any percent as well, is mass RNG as to whether your run continues. You need to get multiple materials to get weapon upgrades that can really help your run go much, much faster. So unfortunately, Yakuza Dead Souls has a lot going against it. But for the actual run itself, when you get going, when you have your weapons and stuff like that, it's fun. It's great fun. It also is a little held back by the controls and obviously the frame rate, although we do speed tech to get rid of the frame rate. Panning the camera down isn't exactly ideal, but it still works. It's just a lot going against it, which is why it's a low A to very high B. So that's why it's in the B tier. So whilst we were carrying on with doing the Yakuza runs on console, after Dead Souls, which I did for an online marathon called Shots Fired, which has actually got submissions open. Should submit Deadly Premonition for that, actually. Let me do that after stream. We went in the very logical direction. We went with Zero. Zero has undergone a lot of changes over the years. Zero's undergone a hell of a lot of changes over the years. It used to be quite long. It used to be like over 4 hours to 4.5. Pretty goddamn terrible pacing, like bit sluggish, etc. But with where the run is now, the run is a lot more smoother. The run is a lot more accessible. The run is way more accessible now. The run has very good strats. The run has a good couple of skips in it, which I found a good 7-8 years ago, which is still there today. Like, we skipped 20 minutes. 20 minutes of real-time waiting in this run. Like, that is huge. It may not be as flashy as, like, say, our movement or glitches in Titanfall or our movement in AOT, but it is still 20 minutes of time save. That is absolutely huge. For me, Zero is a low S/exceedingly high A. It is at the minute my comfort run. I really like it. I really, really like Zero's run. Like, on a good day, Zero should be a low S. I don't want to, like, put, like, you know, low S tier or, like, low A tier or high A, because that's going to convolute this. It is, like, on the cusp of S. Like, see this as, like, you know, the best A tier game, because I don't think anything else is going to be higher than this. It is very, very good. It is very, very good. Valkyrie, thank you for the tier 1 for 22 months. I appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. After Zero, you would probably be surprised to learn came K1. Shocking. Shocking. K1, back in the day, was garbage. K1 back in the day, when we got to the gambling hall, the strat was, and I shit you not, get lucky. Fucking terrible. The old route, which I came up with, was garbage. It was like 3 hours and 15 minutes. It was horrific. And then came the era of Max Crush. Sure, you've all seen a K1 run at this point where we use Max Crush, and then if we have the right upgrades or the right amount of heat, we can pretty much one-shot every single boss in the game. As said, with a lot of your RGG runs, there is usually 1 or 2 things that are overpowered. Again, in Zero, it's Golden Fist. In K1, it's Max Crush. In K2, it's Muscle Soda. But there is a lot of elements to K1 that, for me, just put it slightly above Zero. K1 has some really cool tech to look at. From a visual, like, point of view, that first time you see a K1 run and you see us one-shot Shimano, like, it has always been one of my favorite times on stream is seeing new people see us, like, literally one-hit kill a boss that, understandably, has caused them a lot of fucking grief in their own casual playthroughs. Like, K1 I adore to bits. I'm not good at it, but I adore it to bits. I really like its tech. I really like its run. It's not quite as long as Zero as well, so it has that going for it. But again, Zero is still a low S tier. Like, Zero is still very much a low S tier. But it is one of those runs that just, for a casual point of view for you to watch as well, it has that little added benefit. Like, it's a very good run. It is an exceedingly good run. And again, it used to not be that accessible, but these days it's very accessible. Like, a lot of our Yakuza runs are now very accessible. Like, I really like K1. So K1 gets the low S tier for me. Like, again, Zero is still low S tier, but it's just pipped by K1 to a high A. Was it the obvious one next? I feel like it was. I feel like it was the obvious one next, right? Looking at this list. I'm pretty confident it was. I'm pretty confident it was K2. And for K2, I shouldn't have to explain, because I have said a lot about this. That goes right beneath Titanfall. K2 is one of my favorite Yakuza runs. Always has been, always will be. K2 out by that time? No, but I don't think I did much between K1 and K2. Like, when I was doing my initial speedruns, like, looking at my, like, list on SRC, there was absolutely a time where all I was doing was Zero, K1, and K2. I was barely doing anything else. Like, Nayu can attest to that. You were 4 years, right? Yeah, you were 4 years. So, yeah, like there was a long period of just those runs. I've been doing 0 runs for like 6 years, almost 7 years. Same with K1. Attack on Titan I've been doing for 8 years. Oh, you're next. Oh, you are actually next. That's surprising. You're actually really close to us. I'm surprised about that. No, actually, it's you. I know what's next. We're gonna take a weird turn for this one. For the next one. The K2, for the longest period of time, you'll have heard us say it was the most successful run. It was the first run I ever did for GDQ, which was hot, which was world record, that run. I was wrong, it was world record, which is wild. K2 is fluid. K2 barely has any downtime. K2 has a really robust route that kept getting improved on year. Like, K2 is just a solid run. Like, great tech, great fight tech, despite the fact that brawler combat in K2 is kind of ass. Like, the weapon-based tech is fantastic. Yeah, there's the crash in K2, but I haven't had to experience that until this year, so, you know, that hasn't affected my point of it. So, K2, I love this run. I love this run to bits. If you were to push me, I would say that K2 is probably one of my favorite Yakuza runs, by far. Like, I've probably said that a million times before. I'll say it a million times again. K2 is fantastic. Like, genuinely. 1-6 before K2? Shit. Shit. I'm going backwards, it's fine. They came together, it's fine. God damn it, Nayo. 6 gets the honor of being in that there goddamn S tier, baby. Yakuza 6 was one of the... At the time, we didn't have, like, the routes that we have for K1 now and 0 now. 6 was always a fast-paced, especially first hour of the run, boss rush. With really cool tech, utilizing, obviously, the drinks, because the drinks are different to K2. Utilizing the different pieces of equipment as well. Love 6. And yeah, no, you're right, Nayo. Yeah, like, Nayo actually helped out with both K2 and 6's run. When I did a run of 6 for ESA back in 2019? 18? I messaged Nayo directly after my run, and I said, can you do me a favor and look at, like, the equipment stuff in, like, Onamichi? And from that, which is what bore pretty much what is the route today. Obviously, there's been improvements since Piscala's come in and obviously found, like, you know, the Akiyama glitch, which is fucking cool. Like, we can despawn Akiyama. That's always funny to watch. We obviously have, like, a better upgrade route now. We have, like, better strats. Like, for some reason, like, we figured out the Shoryu Beer strat for the Justice fight and then didn't apply it to the other fights, like the baseball fight, where it really would have helped. So, I don't know why it took us that long to figure that out. But 6 is consistent. It's like K2. They're very similar. I like K2 just a little bit more than 6. My love for Grief is just a little higher than 6. So, honestly, yeah. Like, for me, I really love 6. I think 6 is a fantastic run. Again, massively accessible. Very nice. Genuinely, really, really like it. So, this one's gonna be the interesting one. Because in terms of these runs, as long as Nal is still lurking, I am calling your ass out. The only people in chat currently who will remember these runs are Nayu and Nals. When obviously my PC was busted, we didn't know the reasons why. We thought the reason was high strenuous games like Titanfall. So, at the time, and there is still a link beneath my stream because I never clear it up, I was really into I Wanna Be the Guy fan games. The fan game community is absolutely fucking huge. Like, if I want to search up I Wanna Be the Guy Delicious Fruit, this will take you to Delfruit. Delfruit? What? Delfruit's dead! Now! Now, what happened? Now, what happened? What the fuck? Now, what happened? Why is Delfruit dead? God damn it. Nice segue. So Delfruit is a big giant database of every single I want to be the guy's dead, of every single I want to be the guy fan game out there. If you've ever seen I want to be the Boshi, that's an I want to be the guy fan game with obviously a lot higher production values than the original I want to be the guy. With fan games, that takes it to a whole nother fucking level. There are at least 5-digit amount of fan games out there. Of those, about 60% of them are pure, unfiltered, complete fucking trash. There's some real bad shit out there. But there's also some really good shit. Some really, really good shit. I was really into fan games. They really, really take a lot of skill to do. And you can make them in Game Maker. Fun fact. Guess who has a Game Maker license because they were going to get into I Want to Be the Guy fan game making? Hi, it's me. It's always been a backup plan of mine. I am in a server with 3 other friends, which includes now, which is called, I fucking love this so much. It is called Her Majesty's Quintessential Big Brit Bong Basher Boom. That was going to be the name of our fan game. We were going to make a very British fan game about fucking fish and chips, Boris on the fucking tightrope, shit like that. That is the vibe of I Want to Be the Guy fan games. And over the years, there have been some fantastic ones, and maybe not so fantastic ones, beginning with I Want to Become the Vegetable. Before I carry on with this, I want to say this is purely objective, purely opinion-based. This is not meant as hard feelings because I know some of the creators of these games still watch me. Not for much longer. I Want to Become the Vegetable is like a 5 fucking minute run. Can't be bad, right? I Want to Become the Vegetable has 3 bosses. The final boss doesn't even have an end trigger on it, so you can just walk past the fucker and end the video game. It's hilarious. Great skip. But... and they know it. They know how fucking bad it is. The second boss, which is literal concrete. Oh, it's garbage. I have a vehement hatred for that boss, which is why that boss puts Vegetable at a low B, high C tier. I am sorry, but you know that boss is bad tier. It is garbage. It is terrible. It should be in a B because it's such a short run, and I need more shorter runs, and it was my first fan game run, but like, it's not as good as what's coming up. It's really not as good as what's coming up. The person who made that fan game is a person called, Alolan. Alolan. That is A-O-L-A-N. Type it out in chat. I hope they know there is no hard feelings on that. It is just that the second boss is terrible. No idea, never heard. Exactly. They know I love them. They know I love their stuff. Vegetable 2 and 3 were actually much better, but I never speedran them. I need to speedrun them at some point and do the Vegetable trilogy. So we move on to number 2. I Want to Be Friends, which sounds really nice, right? Like, you know, it is literally a fan game. It's like 20 minutes long, less than that. It's a fan game about, you know, you're playing as the kid, and you just want to go and get a friend. You go into hell and fight Kermit the fucking Frog. I beat it. The MCA is my vote. And then next up is I Want to Afflict the Mashikaku. This is an interesting one. This is a very interesting one. both me and Nala actually did a lot of runs of Mashkaku. I don't have any runs up on SRC. It's very varied. It's about 45 minutes long, so it's quite on the long side for a fan game run that I've done. Not in general. You ever look at any of the Camellia games, I can't believe people have that down to like an hour and a half. But yeah, I want to think Mashkaku is pretty decent. A couple of good bosses, couple of bad bosses, some interesting level design in the underwater maze. Remember the old underwater maze? It was not good. But Mashkaku is solid. Mashkaku is one of those like early fan games that a lot of people recommend for anyone who wants to get into fan games, like a low skill level. Same with like I Want to Be Bread. There's like a whole new list in terms of like Delfruit. I'm still gonna fucking check Delfruit. Like, I'm still gonna check Delfruit. I can't believe Delfruit's dead. That's Deliveroo, you dumb shit. Don't order a burger. Already had dinner tonight. You're on a diet. Yeah, it's just gone. I can't believe Delfruit's dead. I Want to Be the Guy fan gaming is dead. But Mashkaku is one of these like beginner-esque fan games that's always recommended to anyone to get into them. It's lower than I Want to Be Friends. I would probably say that it's probably lower than Hotline Miami 2. It's probably straddling low B. It's decent. It's not the worst. It's pretty good. It's solid. Like, it's solid. So yeah. Before I took up my screen fixed, yeah, funny that. Jesus have stopped getting back to me, so it's time to come back to work. Otherwise, I'm not going to earn any money. So unfortunately, yeah, this is unfortunate. I do have to stream still to do my job. So we're going to go a little off kilter in terms of release order here, because I think the next three, I think it's time for the action game block. And I think this works out quite well, because we're going to start off with 2 runs that, once again, most of you probably don't know that I've ever done. And I haven't exactly... I finished, like, at least 1 run of each. Even though I'm not on SRC's boards, because I wasn't happy with any of my runs. But I still finished a run. So they still count. And that begins with Dark Souls 3. Hardcore was trying to get a Souls run done back in 2018. I have splits for Dark Souls 3 somewhere. I still have my splits. I still have my splits for all of these games. Is it actually on... It fucking is. It's on this PC. Dark Souls 3, all bosses. Oh my god. I got to Old Demon King. No, I got to Nameless King fucking 3 hours in. Yikes. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Despite that, Dark Souls 3. This was with the ass-to-ass route, aka Anri's straight sword to Astora's something sword. Using a whole bunch of fucking bleed. This was a good couple of years ago. Dark Souls 3 was a hard run, because I couldn't get past Nameless fucking King. All I did was, like, all bosses. Nameless King's a piece of shit. Pain in the ass. I still beat a run, even if it did take 3.5 hours. Cough. But here's the thing. Despite only having done 1 run, despite it, like, you know, putting my balls in a fucking vice grip, I enjoyed it a lot. If I was to still run Dark Souls 3, I don't know what the state of the run is now, but going off the state of the run when I did it a good couple of years ago, ass to A. The ass end of A. A low A. It was fun. It was good. It was very technical. It had very good strats, obviously, against bosses and stuff like that. Yeah, Dark Souls 3 gets an A. And if you can pass some of the icons on the bottom, there's a very interesting one at the start of the second row. Bloodborne, baby. Once I gave up on Dark Souls, I went to Bloodborne. Which, I mean, that gets the high end of an A, baby. Fuck Orphan, of course. Moving on. Moving on. Fuck Orphan of Cos. That's all I'm saying about Bloodborne. I love Bloodborne's run. It's great. Again, it was all bosses. Fuck Orphan of Cos. Nayu will attest to how much I vehemently fucking hate Nameless King and Orphan of Cos. Fuck Orphan of Cos. There's actual strats for Orphan of Cos these days. There weren't when I was doing the run back in the day. If I was to go back to it these days, that might be an S tier speedrun, to be honest. Fuck Orphan of Cos. So, These are going to be a little out of place, but again, this is part of the action block, and I think that it's a good idea to put these together because these are roughly around the same time. This is, again, another run that I have done one run of, and I believe I do have my split still for this one as well. There you are. From the 19th of June, 2018. Dark Souls 3 was 2016, by the way. Holy shit. Never mind, that was a lot older. From 19th of June, 2018, comes Final Fantasy 13. I never saved the splits. I never saved the splits. Holy shit. I was that salty. Oh my god. I was that salty. Holy shit. Yeah, learn a speedrun in 12-hour challenge. Yeah, you're right now. I was that salty. Okay, so I've got some backstory to Final Fantasy 13 speedrun. I got to the final boss on PS3 about, I think it was like 6 hours in, like 5:45, 6 hours in. For a first time run, that's actually not bad with how, like, you know, the run was at the time. Like, that was about 45 minutes off world record, which for a first run wasn't bad if you consider what I'm about to tell you. In the Final Fantasy 13 is probably the hardest fucking speedrun I've done in my life. You would not think so, because most people hit the auto button in that video game. We don't in the speedrun. The speedrun of Final Fantasy 13, let me bring it up on the fucking screen, has one of the best documents I have ever seen in any fucking speedrun. It is, where are you? Which is the one that I used. Was it you? It was you. The one that I used, which was, it's been updated since. This was from 2017, as you can see there. I don't know if you can see the top left of the screen right now. Page 1 of 197. Look at the fucking size of this bastard. You have a preliminary. You have literal ATB refreshing, camera tricking, cancelling ready animation, intercept sword cancelling, partial strings, repeating stagger cancellings. And this guide is fucking phenomenal. It tells you which each of your parties are, your Concom Rav, like, it tells you what to get in the shops, the upgrades to do. Like, literally, this is one of the best speedrun guides I've seen in my fucking life. It is detailed without being too detailed. It is fantastic. Cutscene skips, encounter dodges. This is a very good guide. Like your chances of getting item drops. This thing is your fucking Bible when speedrunning Final Fantasy 13. Like, when you get to the harder stuff later on, with your paradigm shit, like, Ravager, shift immediately. Libra, delay before shifting. Hope should die. Fuck off, Hope. Literally, one of the hardest speedruns I've done in my fucking life. Some of those late game fights, if you drop one single combo, fight's over. Seriously. One wrong input, fight's fucking done. One of the fuck Buff Analyst. How dare you bring Buff Analyst up in my chat. One of the hardest speedruns I've ever done, and I want to go back to it. This is a very, very solid middle A tier. Phenomenal run. One of the hardest I've ever done in my life. Genuinely fucking hard. The reason why I haven't gone back is because I didn't want to do the PS3 version on the DualShock 3. And the PC version, running that properly is like pulling teeth, because sometimes, even with better tech, your PC will just run the game slower. And for 2 PCs, my PC ran the game slower. Windows 11, I struggled to start the game up, but when I do start the game up, it's a beautiful fixed 60 FPS. Final Fantasy 13 speedruns might be back on the table. Yep. So, carrying on this period of good old action games. I'm just seeing which one of these is earlier. I think I know which one is. You're 2019. I think the other one's like 2018? Okay, that's wrong. On this PC, perchance? No, it's not. Where are my console splits over here? That's weird. We'll do the one that's listed earlier, even though I know that's incorrect. Devil May Cry 5. Devil May Cry 5. Devil May Cry. Yeah. This is a good run. This is a good run. Like, straight up, outright. This is a very good run. Landscape's changed since I last ran it. I owe Devil May Cry 5 speedruns. Part of the previous charity rewards is Virgil on the PS5 specific Turbo Edition. So I'm going to be going back to DMC5 at some point in this year. I like DMC5. It's very solid. It's an amazing action game. Lose the point because using the Faust hat and the RNG to fucking Virgil. Fuck you, punk. The amount of times I've lost world records to that jackass back in the day. But the MC5 is good. The MC5 has good amount of out of bounds, has good orb economy, has good fight tech, has very good combat, has very good movement. Even on V. V has some of the coolest tech in the game. Like, people hate V, but in the speedrun, V is cool. V is very cool. I like the MC5. I like the MC5 a bunch. This might surprise you. It's a low S tier. That is an absolute low S tier. The MC5 is fantastic. Like, it is. The MC5 is great. As a speedrun, it's great. The turbo mode on PS5, it's an hour. It's quick as shit. It's great. Like, I'm going back to it. I don't know about Virgil, because we haven't done Virgil yet, but we're going back to it at some point. And to round out our action game trilogy, because I know this came around some point around this time. This one's going to be interesting to talk about. It's a run I have fallen in love with, and yet it is very painful. Nier Automata. Nier Automata's speedrun is very easily an S tier, which is why it is a high A tier. Nier's speedrun is phenomenal. It has amazing tech. It has amazing out of bounds that can hardlock your game if you're not careful. It is really good. There's like barely any downtime. There's big RNG to it in getting your chips, although the PC version has a mod and a leaderboard for the mod so that it's not RNG, which is nice. Nier Automata utilizes literally every single button on the controller. We are literally talking light attack, heavy attack, dodging, jumping, pod program 1, pod program 2, scanning, fucking lock on, flashlight, items, using items, taunting, holding both sticks in for self-destructing. You literally use every button on the controller in Nier Automata speedrun. And it is probably the one run that will give you arthritis the quickest. It's horrific. Like, I adore the run. Every time I do Nier Automata, even though it's an hour and 40 minutes for me, my hands cramp up and are in severe pain. That is how much you do in Nier Automata's run. Like, I've never seen, up until Nier Automata, never seen a speedrun community start off by telling you if you're planning to do Nier Automata, do hand exercises. Because it will demolish your hands. So it does have to lose a point for that. It really does. And it hurts because if it was a little nicer on the hands, that is the easiest S tier of my life. Like, it's such a good run. And I know, you know, we're supposed to be like judging this on the run, but the hand pain is part of the run. Like, much in the same length, much in the same like scale that length of a speedrun is also a part of the scale. Like, it's one of those things that's just, it's too painful. It sucks. Like, it's such a shame. Because the run itself is phenomenal. Looking at this list, we're going to be not doing things completely in order for everything else because I'm not 100% certain of where everything is. I know this was around this period. I think it might be a bit later than this. Attack on Titan 2! If we are talking pure any percent, C tier. We're talking the season 3 that I did for GDQ, B tier. So, Attack on Titan 2's any percent, 75% of it is the exact same as Attack on Titan 1's, but with a couple of differences. Some extra levels, some worse levels. Gun! The DLC gives you gun, which makes the any percent a little bit faster. That's why it goes into the B instead of the C tier. And unfortunately, the good tech that's in AOT 1 that puts it into fucking A tier has been taken out. Despite that, some of the really negative things in AOT 1's run, Titan Capture Operation, is a lot quicker in AOT 2 and only takes a minute. In AOT 1, it takes 10 minutes if you're lucky. So, because of that, I cannot put AOT 2 higher because it's just not there. It's just not the same. It's not as good. And it sucks. It really sucks. I had hope and promise for AOT 2, and it's just I just can't. Like, it's just not that great, and it's a shame. Season 3 is good because it's like 40 minutes, easy peasy. Rip her, man. Fucking story. I make a lady and they keep calling her our man. Fucking sexist ass game. Alright, Sapphire Rose, have a good night. Sexist ass video game. Alright, so yeah, we're gonna be going like a bit around here. Because I don't know the exact times of when I started these runs. They're not going to matter too much. But for the next 3... Actually, no. I know what would come around this time, actually. I think it was before, right? I can check on this one. You were 4 years. And you should be... You're also 4 years. Hold on. Yeah, this is where everything kind of blends together. You were September. Wow, really? It's almost the 5-year anniversary of that? And you were October. Okay. Makes this a lot easier. We're gonna start with Judgment. We're gonna start with Judgment. This said, list might upset. This list might upset. Judgment is a high B tier, close to being low A. Oh man, it's so hard. If this was Judgment or Sub-Stories, it would fit firmly middle A, even with my busted route. But the any percent has issues. And it sucks. I think the any percent is in a better spot these days than a couple of years ago. But Judgment, when you start Judgment, Judgment is sluggish. You need a couple of upgrades like attack speed or making copious use of your EX mode. And then you also like have a little bit of enemy bounce off until you get certain upgrades or you attack at the right time. But even though Yakuza 5's fight spawns are complete fucking ass in their like amount that they spawn, Judgments start a fight with you halfway across the map. Now the nice thing is we have a way of dealing with that, but only if you don't get seen first, which Danger Display, it takes you out of the run to go and get that during the any percent, which sucks. It is also expensive to get. There is also the problem of the tailing segments. Judgment's run is a 4-hour, 30-minute speedrun. The tailing segments add up to 40 minutes, 4-0, in the run. And there's very, very little skips in them. So, Judgment for me is a high B, low A. I think these days if I did it more, I think it'd be a low A. But it's a very high B. It's just, it has so much going against it. It has 3 time waiting segments. Like, Judgment, and none of those are skippable on like Yakuza Zeros. Like, Judgment has so much going against it, and it's such a shame because at its core, I fucking love Judgment. I cannot feasibly give it, like, I cannot say I enjoy Judgment more than the runs that you see above it right now on this list. Like, I just cannot. Maybe an exception with Dark Souls 3, but I cannot see it above anything else right now. Like, it's a shame. It's a shame. I will say it's actually, like, lower than Yakuza Dead Souls, even with the crashes. It is lower than Yakuza Dead Souls. It's such a shame. It's such a shame. Agek.
Cheer chat successful.
Odds.
Oh my god.
Thank you both for the very generous raid. Chair chat. Chair up to. What are you doing? Agek Huds, thank you both for the double raid. And also, Agek, thank you very, very much for the... Where are we? 38 months. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. You're joining us right in the middle of me speedrun tier listing every run I've ever done. Stole this idea from my friend Cosmic. Y'all should do this yourselves, actually, at some point. There's probably some stuff on here you don't even know I ran, like Dark Souls 3 and Bloodborne. Yeah, this is not in order, by the way. We're currently the Wild West of when I remember when I did them. Because we're all over the place. Next is Yakuza 3, by the way. Sonic Heroes. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, actually, to be fair, it would have been around this time, wouldn't it? Give me 2 seconds here. Hold on a second. How do you add a row below? Thank you very much. This should be black for it's not visible. This should be dark. Dark works. This is F tier. There's no stuff. Yep, I think that sums it up. Yep, I don't think I need to say any more about that. Yeah, I don't think I need to say any more about that. Fucking shit, speedrun. I don't mind Fist of the North Star casually. We have found a few things that do make Fist of the North Stars run a bit better now. I think over the last year, with PS Cali getting stuck in, me finding the trader to get rid of a couple of, like, nasty bits of RNG, this is probably a bit better than an F, but I vehemently hate Fist of the North Star speedrun. Fist of the North Star, yeah, all sub-stories is even lower than this one. We don't talk about that. Fist of the North Star is an F tier. The problem with Fist of the North Star speedrun, literally, every bad aspect gameplay-wise of Fist of the North Star is literally spotlighted in the speedrun, which sucks. There is so much downtime. There is so much running around. There is so much slowdown because going upstairs and downstairs is terrible. The only fast travel you have is out in the wasteland. There was clearly supposed to be fast travel in the city because every save point has a broken fucking motorbike that you cannot fix. There was clearly supposed to be fast travel in the city that they took out. Everything about Fist of the North Star is slow. It is terrible. I will say, has some of the best boss fights in actually a lot of RGG speedruns, if I'm being honest. So it does get points for that. If I was being, like, actually objective, this would be a very low C, but it's an F tier. It's an F tier. And also, somebody actually said something correct. I do need to put something else in here, actually. Give me 2 seconds here. Because holy shit, you're right. I did do a run of this. You're 100% right. You are 110% right. I did a speedrun of this. No! I accidentally hit refresh. Piss. Fuck. Hold on. Oh dear. I mean, it gets to go back on the first time. No, wait, this one goes. Hold on, chat. Alright, give me a second. I gotta put everything back. Thankfully, I'm recording this at the same time as I am live, so I can easily see where the heck everything was. Goodness gracious. Silly idiot. Silly idiot. Oh well. Okay, so, where are we? Grief Syndrome was there. Titanfall was up there. Where are you, Titanfall? You were obviously there. K2 was in between the two of them. We there? Yep. 6 was next. Then was K1. Then was DMC 5. In A tier was... Where are we? Near Automata. I've lost you near. Oh, there you are. And then Bloodboon. Yakuza 0 was next. Again, this is a low... This is still in the low S tier of things. Like... Fantasy 13 was here. Attack on Titan 1 was there. Then it was Dark Souls 3. Yep, of course, it was Dark Souls 3. Back in position. Yakuza Dead Souls was next. Judgment was next. I've lost you. Yagami not doing the goatsy. I Want to Be the Friends was here. Hotline Miami 2 was next. I Know Fuck the Mashikaku was next. AOT 2 was next. Okay, cool. Right, we're back to normal. Cool. Right, idiot. Don't hit the refresh button ever again, moron. Alright. Okay, Virtuous Event, have a good night. Alright, so. There's a good point. We should probably do that next as part of the action game block. Hello, Final Fantasy VII Remake. I did do a run of this. This was the most stressful thing I've ever fucking done in my life. I don't like calling this a speedrun. I have bad feelings about it. We'll sum up Kaito during Lost Judgment. Like, I should have it separate alongside Majima Saga. We'll summarize it separately. Oh yeah, if it's Majima Saga, B tier, by the way. Hi, B tier. Kaito should be separate, though. Kaito should definitely be separate. Fuck it all, fucking... Alright, if I lose this again, I swear to God. Again, I swear to God. Where are we? Should have still on here the press pack from RGG that they sent me. I do. Yup. Right. Boy. Cool. Alright. Yeah, Majima Saga is whatever, but like Kaito should be on there. Yeah, Final Fantasy VII Remake is actually really cool. I've only done the one run, and it was the most stressful run I've ever done. But looking at it objectively, there's a bunch of like really cool out of bounds to this run that would put it in either S or A tier. I do. Can I find it from my chat? These have been finished since about, probably like 2020, 2021. Something around there. So I do kinda owe speedrun Final Fantasy VII Remake. Whoops. But I've only done the one run. So I can't really put it higher, even though it's got some really cool out of bounds tech to it. Want to, but I can't. So that's just gonna have to sit at a B tier for now. Alright, let's finally get around to it, shall we? Let's drag everything over here. We're gonna have a block. We're gonna have a block of Yakuza 3 through 5. Beginning with 3. Want to know my thoughts and feelings on Yakuza 3? I'm gonna link you to a thing right now. You should watch it when you have the time, both Twitch chat and YouTube chat. This is a podcast I was on with a couple of other really cool content creators for the RGG series. Specifically, Develian, whose idea it was, Gokudoni, and Snow Sanji Man. When Develian said, literally, we did this within like a 12-hour period. Yeah, no, it was like 12 hours before, we actually started. Develian was like, Snow Sanji Man put out a tweet that was getting a lot of flack in the community for wanting a K3, and all of our content creator lizard brains were like, you can make a podcast on this. It's free content. So we did it. It's not the last you'll hear of us this month either. There's a summit at the end of the month. So yeah, no. If you want to listen to my thoughts on Yakuza 3, they're there with everybody else's. I like Yakuza 3. Yakuza 3 apologist. Like Yakuza 3 a bunch. Yakuza 3's run has a bunch of downtime in it. As I said, I'm going to upset people with this tier list. It's a low A. I think it's better than Dark Souls 3 at least, but it is a low A. Go down with it. you go down with it. It's a low A. It's actually kind of middle A, to be honest. It's good. It's good. I like it. We got some good tech early on for infinite combos on bosses that require actual timing to them. It's a little infuriating having to restart runs constantly. Saying there is accidents, I'm getting to that. But yeah, no. Honestly, in an objective world, yeah, fuck it, it really should be. Yeah, because of the gambling, it's a B tier. Yeah, if it had no gambling, it would be S tier, for sure. It's a B tier. You're right. The gambling sucks. If for those who don't know, I have lost... We got one run going, but 3 PB-paced runs in a row died to literal gambling that has like a 60% chance of succeeding in the run. Like, that run has given me no end of shit lately, and that's the problem with that run, is it has so much fucking gambling in it. Like, it's such a good run. Like, other than the gambling, it's such a good run. It's a run of, like, 2 different, like, halves, where the first half, like, fight tech in terms of keeping enemies down, like, infinite, like, combos, like, timing combos, like, a little bit too much downtime, like, the usual. The second half is guns, baby. It's gun math PhD. You need to start keeping track of your shots and stuff like that, which actually make it, you know, more than just I have a lot of weapons like K2, where, you know, if you break a weapon early, you have to go, oh, I'll just replace that later. More like if you've lost shots, it's like, oh, fuck, I'm not going to be able to kill these bosses at the right time. So you have to keep very close eye on all of your shots, especially in the finale. You gotta think. You gotta think rather than K2 smack with weapon. But the gambling sucks. The gambling sucks. Like, there's no other way around it. The gambling sucks. Which is why this next run is massively controversial. Yakuza 4 is a C tier. If this still had the 50-50 gamble. This fucker's an A tier now. This son of a bitch managed to claw from the dregs of being the worst Yakuza run that isn't Fist of the North Star to being a goddamn A tier run. You son of a bitch. How did you do it? Well, with the baseball bat tricks. Yakuza 4 at the minute I actually really like. I'm a bit biased because I have world record in it still somehow. It's solid. It's now optimized. There is no 50-50 gamble that just ends the run halfway through. Yakuza 4 has that going ahead of it way more than Yakuza 3. But also, we have speed tech in the PC version of Yakuza 4. We literally are able to skip 3.5 minutes, despite the fact that the PC version of Yakuza 4 is supposed to be slower than the console version. But it's not because of that one skip. Yakuza 4 is a cursed experience. It is not going higher than a low A rank, but it is a very solid low A rank. Congratulations to Yakuza 4. I don't know how the fuck you managed to claw your way out of there. Like, that's wild. It should be a C tier. If we were talking like 2 years ago, that is a fucking C tier speedrun. Like, even D tier. Like, I am tempted to, like, if this was like still 2 years ago, I would put it in D tier. Genuinely. Like, I don't know how Yakuza 4 clawed it back, but it actually did. Like, congrats to you, Yakuza 4. You did it. On their days, I will like Yakuza 3 more than Yakuza 4. That's why it's a high B tier. Man. This one is hard. This one is exceedingly hard to surmise. Yakuza 5. Yakuza 5. Yep, the return of the king. For those who are late to the stream or just joined from Argic and Hud's raid. Hey, remember when Infinite Wealth was the longest Yakuza speedrun? Not anymore, it's not. Once again, taking its crown as longest Yakuza speedrun is Yakuza 5. That absolutely docks a point to it. Yakuza 5 also has some of the worst fight spawns of any Yakuza game in existence. It has a lot of downtime. It has a ridiculous amount of downtime to it. Despite that, Yakuza 5 lets you play the video game. By God, is Yakuza 5 a fantastic speedrun. It's genuinely amazing. We have tech that takes us through an entire wall, skips entire 2.5-minute talking segments. We have hunting, which sounds kind of boring. Nice change of pace, even though it's bad pacing for the speedrun. We have Baseball Man. Unironically, Baseball Man's part is one of the best parts of the speedrun. Like, Baseball Man has some of the most, like, advanced tech in the entire run. Like, Baseball Man's fucking wild in this game. And I love it to bits. I love it to bits. But it's like a low A, high B tier. And it sucks. I fucking adore Yakuza 5 to bits, but I can't objectively put it higher. And it hurts. I adore Yakuza 5. I want to put it, like, higher into A, into, like, a low S. But it has so many things going against it. It's long. It's ridiculously long. It's got too much downtime. It doesn't let us play the game enough. Like, Akiyama's combat is fucking ass. Like, yeah. Yeah, I think Kinshred is right. When it's good, it's so good, but when it's bad, it's bad. I think around this era, this would probably be the time when we did this. OG Ishin. It's hard because I feel like I should do, even though it's very out of turn, I feel like I should do Lad Ishin at the same time. Because I feel like I can't talk about one without the other. I said this list is going to upset a couple of people. I really like OG Ishin's run, but it's solidly firmly in the middle of a B tier. It has the same issues that 5 has, in that it has a bunch of downtime. When it has a bunch of downtime, it has a bunch of downtime, and it kind of slogs on a bit. And there's a couple of fights in it that aren't great. Like, the fight, the unhanded fight in chapter 8 or 9 against Saigo and Katsura is just, it's not good in OG Ishin. It's amazing in Lad Ishin, but it's so bad in OG Ishin. And there's just a couple of things in OG Ishin that are just, the sprinting being one of the earliest games, or even the earliest game to have sprint, having it be so restrictive, and having the Palanquins be so restrictive, and fight spawns being, like, genuinely pretty much everywhere and quite aggressive, it all works against it. And it's such a shame, because we don't really engage that much with Ishin's stuff. And there's something that I'm going to talk about when we get to Kenzan eventually, that Kenzan does really well, that Ishin does really badly. And it's such a shame. And this is going to upset a couple of people. Lad Ishin is solidly a C tier. Lad Ishin, kind of bad. Lad Ishin has probably the worst RNG of any run that we have currently. We have to gamble for the trooper cards, and the trooper cards themselves are bloody disgusting. They ruin the speedrun. Pure outright. Pure outright, they ruin the speedrun. The added bosses' moves don't really do much, because Lad Ishin's AI is broken. In a good way for speedruns, but just kind of bad in terms of, you know, playing the run. If you do a heat attack next to a wall, their AI does nothing. Literally nothing. Like a good 10 seconds. And we get a gun, and we just hold square. And then use our trooper cards. And those trooper cards, like, luck to get them is absurdly disgusting. PS Callus set world record and said they're never coming back to Lad Ishin ever again, and I don't blame them. Like, I want to like Lad Ishin speedrun. But, like, objectively, casually, like, a lot of these games would be higher or in different places. Lad Ishin casually would be way higher than a C tier. But the speedrun for Lad Ishin, that's not good. That's not good, I'm afraid. It's off. It's just off. It's rough. There's not much that really, you know, can save it. And that sucks. That really sucks. Like, genuinely. Right. Look at this list. We're gonna go all over the place here. I know which ones I want to leave for near the end. Obviously, Infinite Wealth's coming near the end because that's one of the more recent ones. But we're going to do like a few blocks coming up. Let's do the horror block. Starting with Dead Rising. Not Dead Rising, Dead Rising. That's later this month. That's in like 2 weeks. I'm excited. Chat, get excited. We're doing a shit ton of Dead Rising this month. Dead Rising speedrun. This is very, very easy. I just have to figure out where I'm placing it. Easiest S tier of my absolute fucking life, nestled snugly between Yakuza 6 and K1. The run is 30 minutes long. It has great tech to it. It has fantastic tech to it. We despawn zombies to save certain survivors or escort quests. We have very good equipment routing. We have bike zip. We have a run that should be 6 hours, but it's 30 minutes. Dead Rising is cool. Dead Rising all bosses would also be S tier. Dead Rising's fucking cool. Also, if we're doing all sub-stories, Yakuza 6 would be in S tier. K2 would be in S tier as well. 3 would probably be in A tier. I think those are the only other ones that we haven't talked about that I've done at the moment. Yeah. Now they got 5 hour long. I did that, and when I woke up, I had to record a podcast. Hope you doing well, Nagakuga. So yeah, Dead Rising is fantastic. It is very fast. It is very technical. It is a joy to run. I will be running it next week, so I'm not going to talk too much about it. So I hope you're looking forward to the Dead Rising next week, because it's a fantastic run. Great game, great run. Easy an S tier. 2, off the record, only really gets into an A tier, to be honest. A nice middle of the road high A tier. Like, off the record is pretty good. It's longer. It has different tech to it. Good tech. A little bit finickier, especially the PC version. You have to, once again, you've probably heard this one before, lock the game to 60 FPS because Intel CPUs crash the game otherwise. Where have I heard that one before? Where have I heard that one before? Yikes. So, yeah, good old Dead Rising 2 off the record gets a pretty high A tier. It's very solid. It does a bit more than Dead Rising does. But because of that, it's kind of a little less focused, a little more distilled. This week, we will also be doing Dead Rising 2 off the record or bosses for the first time. So look forward to that. We're going to be doing a bunch of Dead Rising this week, as I said, in the build-up to good old Dead Rising. All right. Yeah, let's go for you next. Shadows of the Damned. IB tier. I've only done 2 runs of Shadows of the Damned. It's fun. It's a good fun run. A couple of things against it. No skippable cutscenes. So it's 3 hours long. The gunplay is good. It's Shinji Mikami. Gunplay is good. It's Suda. It's fantastic. It is the most adult and dirtiest game you'll see me do. You'll see me do it again this month, because the Hella remaster is coming out next month, and I don't think it's going to happen, but I'd love to be sponsored for it. I adore Shadows of the Damned casually. Speedrun-wise, I need to do more of it. Before I can, like, settle on, like, a proper place, I need to do more of it. Genuinely. Lollipop Chainsaw. Middle of the road, A tier. Pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. 2.5 hours long. I'm stuck on PS3, so my load times are a bit longer, so I'm not factoring that in, obviously. Very good out of bounds. Very, very good out of bounds. Very good combat. Again, there's a remaster of it coming next month. I would love to be sponsored for it, but that's probably not going to happen. I'm very scared of the Lollipop Chainsaw Remaster. I'm not scared of the Shadows of the Dam one at all. That should probably let you know the places they're both coming from. It's a solid run. I could probably put it a bit... Is it middle A? I think it's actually low A. I think I like 4 and 5 more than Lollipop Chainsaw, but it's got some good shit to it. I'm actually going to put Dark Souls 3 below these two as well. And Final Fantasy 13. Yeah. That works. I think that's better. That's a bit more representative. It's still a solid, like... you know, sub 8. It's crapping on vegetable. I'm sorry. I said people were going to be upset. It's the concrete boss. You know it's the fucking concrete boss. Yeah, solid low A. Solid low A. It's good. It's very solid. It's like an actual decent run. It's a DMCA hellhole. Thanks for that. Fuck you, Lollipop Chainsaw. I love you to bits. So, Lollipop Chainsaw gets a low A. Continuing with our horror special. Siren Blood Curse. It's hard because I've only done 3 runs of Siren. Remember when I said Final Fantasy 13 was one of the hardest speedruns I've ever done? Welcome to another one. Siren Blood Curse's endgame is fucking horrific. Like, this wants you dead. It's hard. Despite that, it's got very good tech to it. When you get good at Siren Blood Curse, you get very good at Siren Blood Curse. It's less than an hour if you're good at it. It's very solid. It's very solid. It's like a middle A. It's very good. It's very, very good. Like, you have to utilize a lot of different weapons. You have to utilize Bella. Run away from the Shibito, for fuck's sake. But for one thing, for like Siren Blood Curse, like, every Shibito, and this is like a fun thing that is like actually important in the run, every Shibito turns clockwise. Every single one. Very technical. It's a very good run. I like it a lot. I like it a hell of a lot. You're probably noticing I like a lot of the runs that I do for obvious reasons. Let's go with Parasite Eve. And man, I love Parasite Eve so much. It's a low A. It's a low A. I want to put it higher. I want to put it so much higher. I love Parasite Eve, but it's long. It's got one of the best. I said before Final Fantasy 13 has one of like the best guides out there, despite being, you know, 197 pages long. This is Parasite Eve's guide. Where are we? It was premise 1. Yeah, the premise 1. This is the guide. It's only how many pages? 94 pages. It's color-coded, so locations, items, weapons, armors, menu bosses, optional important. Walkthrough tells you when to like open your menu with all the color coding, which is really nice. All boss strats, like, you know, you should, like with a good starting A to B, you can do this instead. You just have to move left or right to avoid the laser. Optional, if you're a new runner, definitely save in the room before the upcoming boss fight, because this one can be nasty. Yeah, this is one of the best guides I've used by far. Like, you can just take this guide and just do this run. I'm not even kidding. Like, when this says move left and trigger the fight, that means hold left on your D-pad. That's it. That's literally it. Like, these directions are like pinpoint accurate, and all they are is just move down, move left, move right, and they're perfect. Genuinely. That's Parasite Eve. Like, it's a fantastic run. I love it. I want to do it again. It's the perfect Christmas speedrun. Which, chat, we are going to do it for Christmas. It's soon. We're September, chat. It's almost the season of Parasite Eve. I'm excited. Considering we're carrying on our horror vibe and our horror block, I think we've got to do it. This is going to be one of the hardest ones. It's going to be one of the hardest ones for me. It's time for Deadly Premonition. Deadly Premonition is a fantastic game. I love it to bits. Love the speedrun to bits. It's got an amazing out of bounds that can hard crash your game if you can't count to 5. Hi, that's me. It's got some really cool tech, having to pan the camera down to save the frames, save the game, etc, etc. This probably won't surprise anybody. It's an S tier. I love Deadly Premonition's run. I really do. It's my comfort run at the minute. I think it's phenomenal. I adore it to bits. I think it's fantastic. It's genuinely one of my favorite runs of all time. Like, it does have things going against it, which it has to be a bit lower in S tier because of that. But, like, Deadly Premonition is just a vibe. It's an experience. The run is phenomenal. I genuinely adore it with every fiber of my being. Deadly Premonition is a brilliant speedrun. Like, it's got really cool tech to it. It's got, like, good out of bounds. It skips entire chapter. Like, I love Deadly Premonition's run. It's really technical. Unfortunately, it has a 15-minute segment of walking around in it, which should put it into a high A, but it's not gonna. Yeah, then we get to the issue. Deadly Premonition 2. Deadly Premonition 2 is just not quite there. It's a decent run. It's shorter than Deadly Premonition. It doesn't have as much cool tech, other than throwing me out of bounds when on my skateboard and causing me to lose my run. An hour and a half in. Thanks. The pacing is also very weird, because all of the dungeon stuff and set piece stuff happens literally at the end of every chapter. So the pacing is out of whack. It also repeats some sections from Deadly Premonition for no reason that in the speedrun are just pure outright boring. There is also no cutscene skipping unlike DP1, so there's a lot of text mashing, which gets tedious real fast. It's just not as good as the run as DP, which is a shame, because it's not a terrible run, it's just nowhere near the highs of Deadly Premonition. That's probably a good quote for the game casually as well, to be honest. Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it. Again, this is going to upset a couple of people. Let's do OG1. Excuse me. And OG2. OG1 is probably one of the more difficult runs that we have. It's very difficult. And OG1 hasn't aged well. Here's the wild thing about OG1. With heat actions, if you do any input before the heat action comes out, it cancels the heat action. Any input. Also includes moving. So that should kind of give you the vibes of OG1. But OG1 does have some good things going for it. Like, OG1, you can murder Hirata in literally like 5 seconds. Gets a point for that. As a speedrun, I need to do more of it. I need to do way more of it. So it gets a relatively high E ranking. I need to do more. This is probably the run I'm going to do the most when I have some free time, because that's the one I have the most time saves in. But you... You are absolutely an S tier. You are a phenomenal run, very optimized. You have a lot of really cool fight tech. We utilize a lot of weapons like the shield and trying to stack the shield with other things. We have the Shindo skip. We have a bunch of other skips as well, like the highway, cool music, cool visuals, cool fights, which is why you're a low A tier. It should be a B tier. And that hurts because of the fact that it has brass knuckle resets. If it didn't have brass knuckle resets, it'd be the solidest A tier of my life. But it's a low A tier into high B tier. Brass knuckle resets can just be the worst thing imaginable. myself, Panda, Big No-No, Tap, anyone who has done any OG2 runs can attest to just how long it can take to get a run going. It sucks. It really fucking sucks. Like, you can spend hours just getting a run going and then having the run die, like, 3 fights later. Like, I love OG2's run. I love it to bits because of, like, the brass knuckle resets. I can't put it in S tier. I cannot. Like, it drops it down, like, so much. It sucks. It sucks so much. YouTube, you've not seen OG 1 and 2. We'll do OG 1 and 2 next week, so you can see what they're like. This one's going to be a bit controversial, and it's not its fault. Live Alive is C tier because I've only done 2 single stories for Live Alive. I want to go back and do like a full game run of Live Alive, and I'm fairly certain that'll jump it up to an A tier. But I've not done that much of Live Alive, so I can't give it a higher tier, which is a shame. I did this like week 1 when it came out. I need to do more of it. I want to do more of it. So it's just a little unfair that Live Alive is in this list, because yeah, like, I know I'm gonna love this if I do more of it, but it's just C tier because I just haven't done enough of it. Like, I can't give, like, a proper, you know, bigger, hey, this is fantastic, because I know I will love it to bits. I just can't. Let's do a quadruple of RGG, shall we? Let's start with Kenzan. Move on to Lost Judgment. Actually, we'll do a 5 track. We'll do it in this order. We'll do it in this order. Starting with Kenzan. Mid-tier B. Mid-tier B. Kenzan is not bad. Kenzan is a very different game to any other RGG game, and that it gets points for that. It's nice and fun because of that. But it has pacing issues out the ass. It is such a long game and requires you to constantly keep going back and forth, and its finale doesn't know when the fuck to stop. There is also, however, a new route that I've only done once, which does feel a little bit better. I would probably put it at a high B tier if I've done more of that route, but for now it's just gonna have to be a mid B, just because of the fact that, like, going off of what I've speedrun of it, it's rough. Gotta rank pretty highly. I want to put PE in an S tier, but I can't bring myself to do it. Like, it looks like it's on the low A tier list. That is a solid mid A. Like, everything that's in, like, A tier is in a solid at least mid A, whereas some of these B tiers are a solid, like, low, like, high B, low A. Like, like, Parasite Eve is absolutely, like, solidly mid A. I love Parasite Eve. I want to do more of it. Lost Judgment! This is not hard in the slightest. Get your ass up into S tier. Lost Judgment's good. Lost Judgment's good. It's fantastic. Lost Judgment is far better than Judgment because it just wants you to play the game. It's fixed the bad fight spawns. You have good movement options. You have a 2.5 hour run that is pretty action-packed. Not much in terms of time waiting. There is only one tail segment. Has a bunch of chase segments. Lost Judgment is absolutely phenomenally good as a speedrun. And Kaito Files is so fucking good that it knocks Lost Judgment down to an A tier. Kaito Files is S tier. Kaito Files is actually a relatively high S tier. I'd put it actually above Yakuza 6, I'm not gonna lie. Kaito Files is one of my favorite RGG speedruns. Kaito Files has amazing speed tech. Like, Kaito Files has a long tailing segment that has skips to it. Like, that's so good! Like, Kaito Files has very good combat, very good juggling. It's an hour long. Like, it's a beautiful run. I love Kaito Files to bits. It shouldn't negatively affect Lost Judgment, but holy shit, like, I love Lost Judgment, but Kaito Files is just better. Like, Lost Judgment is just a little bit too long for its own good. It's still very good. I think the problem with Lost Judgment at the minute is it's middling for me at the minute because of the fact that I've had the wrong notes for a couple of months. Whereas Kaito is solid. Kaito is optimized, Kaito is solid. So yeah, I love them both. I love them both to bits. I adore them. I absolutely fucking adore them to bits. But yeah, it's just a little too long. If it was like 30 minutes, if it was 30 minutes quicker, I think Lost Judgment would be a very decent mid S tier. But yeah, no, just I think Lost Judgment is like a low S tier, very, very, very high A tier. But Kite of Vars is just a mid to high S tier. It's great. It's really great. And you ask any Lost Judgment runner, and they could easily like swap those two around, and I could swap those two around as well, to be honest. Like, they're both fantastic. They're both fantastic runs, cut from literally the same cloth. It's Dragon Engine Brawler combat at its fucking finest. Like, it's RGG knowing what makes Brawler combat good. And both runs are phenomenal. Like, genuinely. Binary Domain! I've done 2 runs of Binary Domain, so it's not really fair on Binary Domain. It's a solid B tier, nestled right between Judgment and Kenzan. It's not a bad run. It's not awful. It's pretty average. Movement in Binary Domain is kind of ass. Like, gunplay good. Gunplay very good. Beats Dead Souls in that it doesn't crash. But it's quite long. It's quite long. It has a fair bit of downtime. I like it. I like it a lot. I just need to do more of it, to be honest. I just need to do it way more. Yeah, entertainment-wise, S tier. Big Bow is in it. Big Bow takes it to S tier. Easily. I just need to do more runs of it, to be honest, and then I think I would nestle it as like a low A tier. Oh, baby. This is the one I've been dreading, because I've been thinking the entire time of, like, how I would do this one. Because this run has been evil to me. This run has been nasty. This run has a boss that can one-hit kill you at the very end of the run, 3.5 hours in it. And despite that, if you pushed me hard, yeah. I love this run. I love this run to bits. On any other day, you could swap it around with K2 quite easily. I love LAD. I love LAD to bits. Y'all saw how much I was doing runs of that, like, a good 2 years ago. Like, in the in-between, even when Lost Judgment came out, we were doing so much LAD. Like, I adore LAD's run. It's hard to get a run going these days, but, like, the strats, the having to come up with things on the fly in the endgame, in with all the horrifically hard fights in the endgame. I love this run. I love what we do in this run. I love the menuing. I love the fights. There's a couple of bits in the middle of the run that is just, you know, hey, use power mates, etc. But everything around that is so good. Everything around it is so good. Yeah, I love LAD. I think you all know how much I love LAD. Like, it gets under my skin, and I keep going back to it constantly, again and again and again, because I just adore the run. Like, so PB Marathon streams are amazing. Yep. Like, I genuinely think that period where we were doing a lot of LAD runs was probably some of the best streams we've ever done. Genuinely. Like, I don't want to be, like, too hard on myself these days. I think my streams over the last year haven't been as good. But that period where we're doing lad runs, those were some of the best streams we've done. Like, and genuinely, like, LAD runs just elevated it. I love LAD. I wish it was easier for me to get a run going these days, because it's so hard to get a run going. I adore that run to bits. Like, I will wax lyrical about how much I love LAD for literal years. Last few games. How do we do this? Let's do it in... You know what? Let's do it in this order. Do it in this order, shall we? The one I need to go back to. Valkyrie Elysium. This is painful. It is a high B tier currently. Valkyrie Elysium's run since I last have done it has changed significantly. We skipped several levels with out of bound tricks now. None of that was in the run when I did it. The entire run has changed. It now has some very serious legit speed tech to take it to sub 1 hour. I am very confident, and I mean this very sincerely. If I ever go back to Valkyrie Elysium, learn the out of bounds, this goes from high B to low S. I genuinely mean that. Genuinely mean that. That's why it hurts to put it in B. But with the run that I did, it's a high B. I like the run a lot. There's some good tech to it. One chapter has no fights in it. It's the last chapter. It's fucking hilarious. I like it. I genuinely like it. But it's just, without the out of bounds and stuff, it's a bit one-trick pony. So, yeah. But with the out of bounds and stuff, that will elevate it. It will elevate it highly. So I need to go back to that. Think of things to go back to. I said this list is gonna upset some people. Boy. The last run of Sonic Mania I did was a year ago, and I've only done the one of them. I have to go back to Sonic Mania at some point. Solid. Middle to low road. A tier, baby. A tier, baby. It's a middle to low A tier speedrun. It's fast. Holy shit, it's fast. It's got some cool tech to it, like actually cool tech to it. It's got Puyo Puyo. Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. I just have to go back to it. I have to go back to it. I very much enjoyed it. The sense of speed in it is fantastic. Again, it's got very, very, very good speed tech to it. It's a relatively hard run, actually, but it is on the longer side. I still owe Sonic 1 through 3 and Knuckles, so expect Mania to come back when we do those. And I think at that point, it's gonna be pretty good. Speaking of needing to go back to, Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. Again, I need to downpatch video game. By downpatch video game gets a whole bunch more tech to it. It sits solidly at this point at a high B. If I downpatch and learn the stuff that I can do, that probably puts it at a low A, to be honest. Long run, action-based, bunch of different characters, a bunch of different like strats, change it up in the middle of the run. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. A little too samey. A little too samey. I do like it. I do like it a lot. I think it's very solid. I do want to do way more of it. It's just, it's quite similar. But I do like it. I do like it a lot. YouTube, like when I uploaded the VOD to YouTube, they weirdly liked it. It's not often anything can hit Yakuza levels, but both Deadly Premonition and Grand Blue Fantasy did. I need to do more Grand Blue Fantasy at some point, eh? Either way, I think it's a solid high B. It's got decent tech, but I need to downpatch and learn the better tech, to be honest. Oh, these last four. Oh, these last four. Gaiden, 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 Gaiden. You're lucky you're PB today, you son of a bitch. S tier Gaiden. It's low S, high A. It's very low S, high A. It's a very fast run, so it has points going for it for that. You all saw it earlier. It's got good tech, but there is a bit of an over-reliance on the cigarette, and the cigarette is a little bit RNG, so it loses a bit of points for that. Honestly, it's probably better in A tier. Yeah, it's probably like the highest A tier if I'm being brutally honest. Yeah, I think that's fair. I like Gaiden. I like Gaiden a lot. Again, it's short, it's sweet, it knows what it wants to do. There's a good route in it, like good upgrades, good equipment, management. I like Gaiden a lot, but Chapter 1 is a pain to speedrun. It really is. So it loses a couple of points for that and like a couple of other things. I like it a lot though. Now here's the issue. I've been saying about it with stuff like Valkyrie Elysium, in that I can only judge the run based on what I've done. Again, for those who are late to the stream or just joining, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth is now sub Yakuza 5 time. Yakuza 5 is once again the longest Yakuza speedrun. However, my PB in Infinite Wealth is not good. And out of the 4 runs I've done, only 2 have completed. And only 1 with the up-to-date Tom round. This is absolutely harsh as fuck. And I will be the first person to hold my hands up and say this is harsh as fuck. It is currently high tier B. Very, very low tier A. That is harsh as fuck because I need to do more of it. When I do more of it, I am very confident it will be nestled in high to mid A. That one run we finished like a month ago was fun. Absolutely fantastic. But I just don't have enough runs under my belt to be able to say, hey, this is how I really feel about it. So unfortunately, I might actually call this undecided. Because like, it's not fair to Infinite Wealth. I've done enough of Valkyrie Elysium's run. It's not fair to you. It's not fair to you. It's kind of not fair to Sonic, but I do have a genuine like for Sonic Mania's run. I did a lot of practice for it. Like, I think this has to be like this for these 4. Like, it's only fair to these 4 if they're in an undecided one. Like, yeah, undecided, not enough runs. Like, I think that's the only way for it to be fair. Like, I do like Infinite Wealth's run from what I've done. It's just I need to do more. I've done enough Binary Domain, Deadly Premonition 2, like Shadows of the Damned, Lollipop Chainsaw, to know how I feel about them. But these I really need to do way more. So, I think that's the fair way of doing these. Oh, baby. Persona 5 Royal. All 13 fucking hours of it. It is a long run that has an absurd amount of downtime. It is the longest single segment run I have done that isn't an all sub-stories run that's called Fist of the North Star. It is so stupidly long that other games have had points docked for being such a long run. And P5R absolutely gets points docked for being long. But the actual tech in P5R is phenomenal. One of the P5R runners came in and said at one point during the run that you put so much into a P5R run and you get so much back out of it. And they could not be more right. And we've only ever managed to finish one run entirely. There are multiple out of bounds that are really tricky to pull off in the run that are super fucking cool. That honestly, genuinely, it's such a long run. It's such a long run. It doesn't stop it being a fucking S tier, baby. It's phenomenal. I love Persona 5 Royal's run. I can't put it higher than a low S tier. It's such a good run. It's such a good run. I've only finished one. I've done so many attempts and just not finished other runs. It's such a good run. It really is. Like, when we did that run, I cannot tell you the feeling of jubilation I had when we finished that run. Like, just sat here, just like, drained. Just finished, just done. The only other runs I really get that feeling from are Yakuza fucking 5. Like, God, if these runs get off the ground, they're so good. They're so good. They're brilliant. I love Persona 5 Royal's run. I really do. Like, having fun with music helps? Oh, it absolutely. Like, that's the reason why Nier Automata is so high on A tier. Like, it's so good. Hello, Mullet Mad Jack. This is the latest run I've done. Like, it is... technically it's Persona 5 Royal, but I was doing runs of that before Mullet Mad Jack. Mullet Mad Jack. Mullet Mad Jack. Mullet Mad Jack. It is a 40 to 45 minute tour de fucking force of dopamine hit injection. Massively different strats, depending on like which category you're on. The devs keep patching the game without taking out the speedrun tech. They've actually listened to the community a lot about it. And I don't think, outside of Persona 5 Royal, that I have fallen hardcore in love with a run for such a long fucking time. That is high-ass S tier right there. That is a high fucking rank S tier. It's such a shame it doesn't do well on YouTube. It was gonna have lost a couple of points because of the SRC tournament thing and the state of mind that I was during that. But I think that would be negative against the game because I think that a lot of that was outside influences at the time. I love the run. I love the run to bits. It's just a dopamine hit filled injection of just pure, unadulterated, go fucking fast. Like, and I adore it. I adore it to bits. Like, actually to bits. So, yeah. Molly Mad Jack gets top billing. I love it. I'm gonna do more of it another time. Absolutely. Yeah. And I think that's it. I think that's the list. There's, again, a couple of bits of controversy in there. Like, absolutely. Like, but that's how I feel. I look at some of these things and think, man, Yakuza 5 should be higher. Yakuza 5 should absolutely be higher. Fucking dude. Fucking dude. Fucking dude. I only done Bloodborne. Bloodborne should probably be an undecided, to be honest. Like, Bloodborne should be an undecided, but I think that's more accurate. I think that's more accurate. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's it. Yeah. I think that's it. I think that's it. Titanfall 2 is still number 1. Like, I cannot envision a world where I like a speedrun more than Titanfall 2. Like, genuinely, Titanfall 2 is probably the single greatest speedrun that I've ever done, ever had the pleasure of, like, being a part of the community of, and crafting, like, the history with that run. I fairly certain I had world record. I was, like, second place, like, off world record by, like, 6 seconds at one point. Like, yeah, like, I love Titanfall 2. Fantastic run. Like, genuinely fantastic run. If we were talking lad ass, by the way, that would probably be an A tier, middle of the lane, just because of the fact that this minigame is like 2.5 hours and takes bloody ages. Which is a shame. A big shame. Sexual sub-stories are probably low 8, it'd be low S tier, by the way. Sexual sub-stories is fucking good fun. Yeah, Fist of the North Star. Is what it is. But yeah, that's the... Fuck, how many runs is that? If I go to the tier list covers, how many of y'all is there? 49 runs in total. And number 50 is tomorrow. number 50 is Sleeping Dogs. Oh, baby. Tomorrow, folks. Join us for a Sleeping Dogs speedrun. It's also going to be like 51, 52, and 53 in the next 2 weeks. With our remake, Valkyria Chronicles. Yeah, and I guess Dead Rising 2 off the record or bosses, although it technically doesn't count because we've already done Dead Rising 2. Sleeping Dogs tomorrow, folks. I got a little bit more prep to do for it, which is why we're going to end for tonight. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be more than 4 hours long. The first run's going to be absolutely fucking terrible. If I was to put estimates on the runs I've been learning on this list, Sleeping Dogs is A or S. Our remake is S or A. Valkyria Chronicles will be probably A. From what I've been practicing with them. But because I haven't done runs of them yet, I'm not putting them on the list. So, yeah. Either way, hope you've enjoyed. That's the list. There's definitely some controversy in there. Like, hopefully I was able to get across all my points. I'm actually quite tired today. Obviously, you know, first stream back in a long fucking time. Tomorrow's going to be as stressful with Sleeping Dogs. The first run is never great, but it'll be fine. I'm going to make big mistakes. I'm looking forward to making big fucking mistakes. But it's gonna be a good time. I'm genuinely looking forward to it. I've been really enjoying like every like practice that I've done for it. It's a lot more technical than you think it would be. It's really good. I'm genuinely excited. YouTube, I'm gonna let you go first. Red Chat, thank you once again for welcoming me back. I appreciate the patience. It's been wonderful. I'll see you all tomorrow. Sleeping Dogs. Hope you enjoy it. Thursday, day off. Friday, either Astrobot or Yakuza 4. Saturday, probably the new speedrun day of Valkyria Chronicles, our remake, and Dead Rising 2 off the record or bosses. So, YouTube chat, thank you very much. I will see you again tomorrow for Sleeping Dogs. Have a good night.